There was no possibility of taking a walk that day. The cold winter wind had brought with it clouds so sombre and a rain so penetrating that further outdoor exercise was out of the question. I was glad of it. I never liked long walks, especially on chilly afternoons.
That's my darlings. John, dear, just one to start with. And one for you, Georgiana.
Oh, thank you, Mamma.
And one for my darling Eliza.
Thank you, Mamma. Thank you.
You are hungry after your play. Bessie, why did you let them stay out so late? A minute more and they would have been caught in the rain.
Well, it was that Jane, Mum. I called and called, but she'd gone off on her own and I couldn't find her anywhere.
Of course. You may go, Bessie.
What does Bessie say I have done, Aunt Reed?
A child must not take up her elders. Until you can speak pleasantly, remain silent.
Where the dickens is she? Lizzie? Georgie? Jane is not here. Tell Mamma she has run out in the rain. Bad animal.
What do you want?
What do you want? What?
What do you want, cousin?
Cousin? Starveling cousin. Orphan cousin. Call me Master Reed. I want you to come here. That's for your impudence to Mamma and me. For your sneaking ways, getting behind curtains, you rat. What were you doing behind the curtain?
I was reading.
Show the book. You have no business to take our books. You are dependent. Mamma says you have no money. I'll teach you.
Wicked boy! You never stop bullying me! You're like a murderer! You're like a slave driver!
Ma!
You're like the Roman Emperor! Jane! No!
Disgraceful! Dear, dear.
If you had heard what she said to me.
Did anybody see such a picture of passion?
Abbott, Bessie, take her to the Red Room and lock her in there.
No! Oh! Miss Jane, come on. Let me go! He hit me, Bessie. He is always hitting me.
Boys will be boys, Miss Jane. Hold her arms, Miss Abbott. She's like a mad cat.
For shame, Miss Eyre. Still with you.
No, come here. Come here. It is not ladylike to strike a young gentleman. Your benefactress's son, your young master.
Master? How is he my master? Am I a servant?
No, you are less than a servant, for you do nothing for your keep. Now, sit down here and think over your wickedness.
Now, if you don't sit still, we shall have to tie your hands. Lend me your garters, Miss Abbott, for she'd break mine directly.
Don't tie me up. I won't, sir. I promise.
Well, mind you don't. Oh, she never did so before.
No, but it was always in her. I've said so to Mrs. before, and Mrs. agreed with me. Oh, she's an underhand little thing.
You ought to be aware, miss, that you are under obligations to Mrs. Reed. If she were to turn you out, you'd have to go to the poorhouse.
Her dear dead husband only took you in because he was your mother's brother.
So just you think of, Miss Eyre.
You mustn't leave me in here. My uncle died in that bed. I try to do my duty, but I'm always punished. It's only because I'm different. I'm different from you all, and you won't forgive me.
Come, Bessie, we will leave her. I wouldn't have her art for anything.
But the ghost!
Say your prayers, child.
If you don't repent, it will come down chimney and fetch you away.
It's unjust! Unjust! Let me out! Let me out! Please!
silly child. That was Ruddock the gardener. I saw him crossing the lawn with a lantern.
I thought it was my uncle.
You screamed out on purpose. I know your naughty tricks.
What is all this? Abbott? Bessie, I believe I left orders that Jane Eyre should be locked in the Red Room till I came to her myself.
Miss Jane screamed so loud, ma'am.
Let her go. Child, release Bessie's hand. You cannot succeed in getting out by these means. I abhor artifice, particularly in children. It is my duty to show you that tricks will not answer. You will now stay here an hour longer, and it is only on condition of perfect submission and stillness that I shall liberate you then.
Oh, Aunt, let me be punished some other way. I cannot endure it. I shall be killed if I...
Silence! This violence is almost repulsive. Go, and never disobey me again.
Aunt Reed, please.
Good morning, Miss Eyre.
Good morning.
Well, who am I?
Mr. Lloyd, the physician. I was in that room.
Mrs. said I could let you out. You were that quiet. I thought you were dead when I saw you.
Could you eat a little now?
No, thank you.
Could you sleep some more?
Yes.
And I shall get some rest too, for I've been up all night with you. I had Sarah from kitchen for company. I was that frightened you might die.
What is the matter with me? Am I ill?
You felt sick in Red Room. With crying, I suppose.
You'll soon be better. Don't try to talk just now.
I wonder if she did see something. Missy were rather too hard with you.
Well, never mind that now. We'll leave Jane to sleep. Now, plenty of sleep, Miss Eyre, and I'll call back and see you again this afternoon.
Thank you.
All the days that we went gypsying a long time ago. All the days that we went gypsying a long time ago. Come, Miss Jean, don't cry. Have a bit of tart.
I cannot. Please forgive me, Bessie. Perhaps later.
Doctor's here, Bessie, and it's dinner time.
What? Already up? Well, nurse, how is she?
Well, she's doing very well, except she won't eat.
Oh, she will when she's hungry. If you were well, you should look more cheerful. Come here, Jane. Your name is Jane, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Well, Miss Jane Eyre, you've been crying. Can you tell me what about? Are you in pain?
No, sir.
Oh, I dare say she was crying because she could not go out with Mrs. in carriage.
I never cried for such a thing in my life. I hate going out in the carriage. I cry because I am miserable.
Oh, fie, miss.
Well, Jane, what made you ill last night?
She had a fall.
Fall? Well, that's like a baby again. You can walk at your age.
I was knocked down, but that didn't make me ill.
Oh, that will be for you, nurse. Go for your dinner. Well, Well, Jane, the fall didn't make you ill. What did then?
I was shut up in a room where there was a ghost till after dark.
Ghost? What, you are a baby after all. You're afraid of ghosts?
Of Mr. Reed's ghost, I am. They told me something about a gardener, but Mr. Reed died in that room. No one would go into it at night. It was cruel to shut me up in it without a candle. So cruel that I shall never forget it.
Are you afraid now, in daylight?
No, but night will come again soon. And besides, I am unhappy. Very unhappy. For other things.
What other things? Could you tell me some of them?
Well, for one thing, I have no mother or father, brothers or sisters.
You have a kind aunt and cousins.
But John Reed knocked me down, and my aunt shut me up in the Red Room.
Don't you think Gateshead Hall is a beautiful house? Are you not indeed thankful to have such a fine place to live at?
It's not my house, sir. Abbott says I have less right to be here than a servant.
Oh, boo. You can't be silly enough to want to leave such a splendid place.
Why not? My aunt wouldn't have kept me here if my uncle hadn't made her promise in his last moments. I should be glad to leave it, if there was anywhere else to go. But I can never leave Gateshead till I am a woman.
Perhaps you may. Who knows? Would you like to go to school?
I should indeed like to go to school.
Well, who knows what may happen? Mrs. Reed is back, I see.
Mrs. is back, sir.
Yes, I would like to speak to her before I go.
She's in breakfast room. Will you come with me, sir?
Thank you. Goodbye, Jane. And if I don't see you again, remember, I've not forgotten you.
My discourse with Mr. Lloyd awakened hope in me, but days and weeks passed and there was nothing new from Aunt Reed, except that she now kept me and her own children apart even more than ever. My only comfort was from books.
Caught you again, stealing my books.
I'm not stealing. I'm borrowing. And they're not yours.
They will be. All this house will be mine one day. And I'll have the right to punish you. Mama! 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 Mama, it was that nasty Jane Eyre. She flew at me like a wildcat.
Don't talk to me about her, John. I told you not to go near her. She's not worthy of notice. I do not choose that either you or your sisters should associate with her.
They are not fit to associate with me.
Why, you... Don't you dare rise from that place or utter one syllable for the rest of the day.
What would Uncle Reed say to you if he were alive?
What?
My Uncle Reed is in heaven and can see all you do and think. And so can my mamma and papa. They know how you shut me up all day and wish me dead.
Without a doubt, Miss Jane, you're the most wicked and abandoned child ever reared under a roof.
Bessie!
You eat, Miss Jane?
Yes, Bessie?
I brought you some nice gingerbread. Eat it up now. I shan't stir till you have. That supper she sent you up wasn't enough to feed a mouse. Would you like some more gingerbread or some bread and butter?
No, this is all I want, thank you.
Now be a good girl and go to sleep. Good night, Miss Jane.
Good night, Bessie.
Jane, take off your pinafore. Have you washed your hands and face?
Of course, but...
Well, hurry when you're told, you troublesome child. Go down directly. You wanted in drawing room.
This is the little girl respecting whom I applied to.
Her size is small. What is her age?
10 years.
So much. Your name, little girl?
Jane Eyre, sir.
Well, Jane Eyre. And are you a good child?
Perhaps the less said on that subject, the better, Mr. Brocklehurst.
I am sorry indeed to hear it. No sight so sad as that of a naughty child, especially a naughty girl. Do you know where the wicked go after death?
They go to hell.
And what is hell? Can you tell me that?
A pit full of fire.
And should you like to fall into that pit and be burning there forever?
No, sir.
What must you do to avoid it?
I must keep in good health and not die.
How can you keep in good health? Children younger than you die daily. I buried a little child of 5 years old, only a day or two since. A good little child whose soul is now in heaven. It is to be feared that the same could not be said of you, were you called hence. I hope that sigh is from the heart, and that you repent of having been the occasion of discomfort to your excellent benefactress. Do you say your prayers night and morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you read your Bible?
Sometimes.
With pleasure? Are you fond of it?
Bits of it.
Bits of it. Shocking. I have a little boy, younger than you, who knows 6 psalms by heart, and much else. When you ask him whether he would rather have a gingerbread nut or learn a psalm, he says, "Oh, a psalm to learn. Angels sing psalms, and I wish to be a little angel here below." He then gets 2 nuts as reward for his piety.
But psalms are not interesting.
That proves you have a wicked heart. And you must pray to God to change it.
You may sit down, Jane. Mr. Brocklehurst, I believe I intimated to you in my letter that this girl's disposition and character is not quite what I could wish, should you admit her into Lowood School. Be silent, child. Should you consent to do so, Mr. Brocklehurst, I would be glad if the superintendent and teachers were requested to keep a strict eye upon her, and above all, to guard against her worst fault, a tendency to deceit. I mention this in your hearing, Jane, that you may not attempt to impose on Mr. Brocklehurst.
Deceit is indeed a sad fault in a child. It is akin to falsehood, and all liars will have their portion in the lake burning with fire and brimstone.
Amen.
She shall, however, be watched, Mrs. Reed. I will speak to my headmistress, Miss Temple, and to the teachers.
I should wish her brought up in a manner suiting her prospects, to be made useful and humble. With your permission, she will spend all her vacations at Lowood.
You will not be burdened with her again, Mrs. Reed. As to your wishes, I assure you that the pupils at Lowood are taught humility as a Christian grace, and that worldly pride must be mortified.
That is a state of things I quite approve.
Plain food, simple attire, hardy accommodation, and constant activity Such is the order of the day at Lowood.
Quite right, sir. I may depend upon your receiving this child, then, as a pupil.
Madam, you may. And I trust she will show herself grateful for the privilege.
I will send her to you, then, as soon as possible.
Of course. I shall write and tell Miss Temple to expect a new girl. And I must bid you good morning. May I? I shall return to Brocklehurst Hall in a week or so. I'm staying with my good friend the Archdeacon, and he will not permit me to leave him sooner. See that my carriage is ready. Goodbye, Mrs. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Brocklehurst. Remember me to Mrs. and Miss Brocklehurst, and Augusta and Theodore, and Master Broughton Brocklehurst.
I will indeed. Here is a book entitled The Child's Guide. Read it with prayer, especially the account of the torments inflicted in hell upon deceitful children. You may leave her in our hands. There will be no softness.
You will return to your room.
I am not deceitful. If I were, I should say I loved you. But I declare I do not love you. I dislike you the worst of anyone in the world except John Reed. And this book about the liar, you may give it to your girl, Georgiana. She's the one who tells lies, and not I.
What more have you to say?
I'm glad you are no relation of mine. I will never call you aunt again as long as I live. I will never come to see you when I'm grown up. And if anyone asks me how I liked you and how you treated me, I'll say the very thought of you makes me sick and that you treat me with miserable cruelty.
How dare you affirm that, Jane Eyre?
How dare I, Mrs. Reed? Because it is the truth. You think I have no feelings and can do without one bit of love or kindness, but I cannot live so. You have no pity. People think you are a good woman, but you are bad and hard-hearted. You are deceitful.
Jane, you are under a mistake. Well, what is the matter with you? Why do you tremble so violently? Would you like a drink of water?
No, Mrs. Reed.
Is there anything else you wish for, Jane? I desire to be your friend.
You do not. You told Mr. Brocklehurst I had a bad character. I'll tell everybody what you are.
Jane, you do not understand about these things. Children must be corrected for their faults.
Deceit is not my fault.
Oh, but you are passionate, Jane. That you must allow. Oh, return to your room, Jane, there's a dear, and lie down a little.
I am not your dear. Send me to school, Mrs. Reed, for I hate to live here.
Fred'll take you to where the coach stops and wait with you. I wish I could come, but Mrs. won't let me.
What did you expect?
You would not even bid her goodbye.
No.
That was wrong, Miss Jane.
I was quite right, Bessie.
Oh, you sharp little thing. You've got a new way of talking. What makes you so venturesome?
I shall be away from you soon.
Oh, so you're glad to leave me. You're not afraid of me, are you?
I don't think I shall ever be afraid of you again. Because I've got used to you. And I will soon have another set of people to dread.
If you dread them, they'll dislike you.
As you do, Bessie?
I don't dislike you, miss. In fact, I'm fonder of you than all the others. I dare say if I were to ask you for a kiss, you wouldn't give it me.
I'll kiss you in welcome. Bend your head down.
Oh. Off you go now.
Goodbye, dear Bessie. And goodbye, Gateshead.
You may leave her in our hands. There will be no softness.
This way, girl.
To love, honor, and succor my father and mother.
Make haste, make haste.
To honor and obey the king and all that are
You just wait here, my lass.
to honor and obey the king and all those in authority under him. To honor and obey the king and all that are put in authority under him.
This child is very young to be sent alone. She had better be put to bed at once. She looks tired. Are you tired?
A little, Mum.
And hungry too, no doubt. Miss Miller, let her have some supper before she goes to bed.
Very well, Miss Temple.
Now, Jane Eyre, is this the first time you have left your parents to come to school?
I have no parents, Mum.
How long have they been dead?
Since I was a baby, Mum.
Can you read and write?
Yes, Mum.
And sew?
A little, Mum.
I hope you will be a good child. Go with Miss Miller now.
Yes, Mum.
That is the bedtime bell. We have no time for idleness here. You will learn to live by the bell.
Yes, miss.
You have 5 minutes to wash before prayers. You 3 are late. Report to me after morning classes. Silence. All rise. For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Sit. Sit down at once, girl.
Silence, girls.
It's like rotten potatoes. Pigs get better than us.
Mais c'est abominable.
I'd like to make Mr. Brocklehurst eat the whole lot.
Girls, you will be punished if you are disrespectful to our benefactor. To the pupils. Be seated, everyone. You had this morning a breakfast which you could not eat. You must be hungry. I have ordered that bread and cheese shall be served to all. But Miss Temple, it is on my responsibility.
Be quiet, will you? Sit still, Bones.
Obey your teachers, girls. Eat your breakfast.
Très bien. Sophie.
A, E,
Not make understand graven image, or any likeness of
Penelope.
heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
glorious.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord.
To the garden.
Is your book interesting?
I like it.
What's it about? Emily. There are no pictures. I like wild, mysterious stories with pictures. Do you want me to go away? I did want someone to talk to. Why do they call this an institution? Is it different from other schools?
It's partly a charity school. You and I, charity children.
Have you been here long?
2 years.
Are you an orphan?
My mother is dead. My father married again.
Are you happy here?
You ask rather too many questions. I want to read.
Burns, you are slouching. Sit up straight immediately. He was deeply religious and much influenced by favourites. He made promises to the people which he failed to keep and was the author of his own downfall.
Oh, that is nicely done, Jane.
Thank you, Miss Smith.
What year did Charles I come to the throne? Fuller. Harrison.
1610?
Wrong. Burns.
1625, miss.
Someone must have prompted you.
No, miss.
I refuse to believe a word you say. And I insist on you holding your head up. I will not have you standing before me in that attitude.
Pay attention, girls.
His first favourite was the dashing George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. He was assassinated in 1628. Charles then fell under the influence of his wife. He was a Catholic. We all know how evil popery is. That turned the people even more against Charles. Many of them were known as Puritans. Burns, why were they called Puritans?
Good.
Because they wished to purify the church by dropping out many Catholic practices.
You are glib enough, but you still defy me by letting your head droop. Pull out your hand.
The children run to list their sire's return, or climb his knees, the envied kiss to
You
share.
dirty, disagreeable girl. You did not clean your nails this morning.
Yes, miss, I did.
You contradict me. You dare to contradict me and lie to me. Did I not say you were a liar? Fetch me the instrument of correction.
Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear with a disdainful smile
Your hand.
the short and simple annals of before. The host of Hercules, the pomp and power, and all that beauty, all that wealth are vain.
Hardened girl. Nothing will correct you. Take the rod back.
Jane, you have dropped my skein. Jane, what is the matter with you?
My youth proud impute to these the fault. If memory owed to no trophies raised.
If she struck me with that rod, I should get it from her hand and break it under her nose.
Probably you would do nothing of the sort. If you did, Mr. Brocklehurst would expel you. It is far better to endure patiently. The Bible bids us return good for evil.
If people were always kind and obedient to those who are cruel and unjust, the wicked would have it all their own way. They would never feel afraid, but go worse and worse. When we are struck at, without reason, we should strike back, very hard. I'm sure I should. So hard as to teach the person never to do it again.
Christ says, love your enemies.
And I should love Mrs. Reed and her son John, which I can never do.
Who are they?
Oh dear, see him study. I'll tell you on the way down.
My first quarter at Lowood seemed an age of cold, hunger, hardship and heavy tasks. But at its end, I had made progress.
This is excellent, Jane. No wonder you're ahead of your class. All your teachers praise you. Do you find the girls friendly?
They are now, Mum.
Good. I like your pictures. I shall give you drawing lessons myself.
Oh, thank you, Mum.
And I think you're capable of learning French. I shall speak to Madame Pirot. You may go.
Thank you, Mum.
But there was one visitor to Lowood, of whose arrival I was in constant dread.
Let the classes continue.
Back to work, girls.
Madame Pirot.
Monsieur.
Disgraceful birds.
Stand up. Look at these girls. Their hair. Flaunting curls. Godless vanity here in an evangelical school. Every girl's hair will be cut short, and these top knots removed. I shall send a barber tomorrow.
But, sir...
Let them resume their work.
But, Miss Tinkle... Silence! Sit down, girls. Continue with your work.
I have a matter to discuss with you. The accounts. I'm being forced to spend far too much.
We are being most economical, sir.
Allow me to disagree with you, Miss Temple. You are not being most economical. If you were, I should have no need for complaint. As it is, I must direct you to trim your cloth by 1 quarter.
Your directions shall be attended to, sir.
It is the new pupil. I have a word to say respecting her. Fetch that stool. Go. Stand upon it. Face the classes. Miss Temple. Teachers. Girls. You all see this girl? You see she is yet young? Who would think that the evil one had already found a servant in her? And yet such, I grieve to say, is the case. You must be on your guard against her. You must shun her example, avoid her company, and exclude her from your sports. Teachers, you must watch her. Punish her body to save her soul, if indeed such salvation be possible. For my tongue falters while I tell it. This girl, this child of a Christian land, this girl is a liar.
How shocking!
This I learned from her benefactress, the lady who adopted her in her orphan state, reared her as her own daughter, and whose kindness this unhappy girl replayed with an ingratitude so bad, so dreadful, that at last her excellent patroness was obliged to separate her from her own young ones, fearful lest her vicious example should contaminate their purity. She has sent her here to be healed. Teachers, I beg of you not to spare her if she is to be saved. Miss Temple, we will now inspect the rest of the premises. Be seated. Let her stand a half hour longer on that stool. Face the classes! And let no one speak to her for the remainder of the day.
Come, eat something.
I have tried so hard to do well. Helen, why do you keep friendly with a girl whom everybody believes a liar?
Jane, you are mistaken.
After what Mr. Brocklehurst said.
He is little liked here. Besides, Jane, if all the world hated you, you would not be without friends.
But I cannot bear to be alone and hated.
Jane, you think too much of the love of human beings. You're too impulsive, too vehement.
I came on purpose to find you, Jane Eyre. I want you in my room. You may come too, Helen Burns. Is it all over? Have you cried your grief away?
I'm afraid I shall never do that.
Why?
I have been wrongly accused, Mum, and everybody now will think me wicked.
We shall think you what you prove yourself to be, my child. Tell me, the lady whom Mr. Brocklehurst called your benefactress is Mrs. Reed, your uncle's wife?
Yes, Mum. He is dead and she didn't want me, but all the servants knew he made a promise.
Helen has told me your story, my dear, as you told it to her. Is all that true?
Yes, Mum. Did she tell you about the Red Room? I shall never forget the day
I have heard all about that, Jane. Is there anyone else who can verify your story?
Betty might. She's one of the servants. Oh, there is Mr. Lloyd, the physician. He came to see me after my fit.
I know something of Mr. Lloyd. I shall write to him. And if his reply agrees with your statement, well, we shall know what to do. Helen, how are you tonight? Have you coughed much today?
Not quite so much, I think, ma'am.
And the pain in your chest?
It is a little better.
You two are my guests. I'm neglecting you. Come to the table, girls. Jane, Helen. Thank you, Barbara. Can you bring a little more bread and butter? There is not enough for 3.
I did ask Mrs. Harden, Ma'am, but she said she wouldn't. Not after Mr. Brocklehurst's orders to her.
Very well. Thank you, Barbara. You may go. Fortunately, I can supply the deficiency. I had meant to give you this to take away with you. But we shall feast now, shall we? So good to see you both smiling.
Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
I have inspected the dormitory, and once more your drawer was a disgrace.
He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
You will
Yea,
wear
though
that
I walk
until
through the valley
bedtime.
of the shadow of death,
Take your seat.
I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup.
Mademoiselle, this is your hour of recreation. I shall leave you now. No noise, please.
How can you be so passive?
Are we all assembled?
All present, Miss Temple.
I have an announcement to make. It concerns the charges which were alleged in your presence against Jane Eyre 1 week ago. Jane Eyre, come forward. Up here. Stand beside me. Teachers, girls, I have made inquiries concerning these charges of a person who is fully informed and utterly reliable, and I am most happy to be able to pronounce her innocent of every imputation made against her. You may step down, Jane.
I'm so glad, my dear. I'm not at all surprised, Jane.
Bravo, mademoiselle. Je suis contente pour vous. You are fortunate in your protector, child.
Let the classes resume.
Well, Jane, I know that you will work harder than ever to prove your merit.
I will, Miss Temple. I would not leave Lowood now for Gateshead and all its luxuries, Ma'am.
It was typhus. Overcrowding, lack of sanitation, semi-starvation, and previously neglected illnesses had made most of the pupils an easy prey to the deadly fever. Teachers helped those girls to pack who had friends or relatives able and willing to take them away from the seat of contagion. Many went home only to die.
Private.
Some died at the school and were buried quickly and quietly.
Miss Temple is waiting for you in the sick room.
I shall stay and help her.
Mr. Bates, please.
What is it, girl? I have other patients, you know.
Where is Helen Burns? She has not gone down to the garden yet.
Helen Burns? No. I fear she took a turn for the worse. She is very poorly. Her complaint is not typhus, you know. It is consumption. You are a God-fearing child. You have seen other friends go to their Maker. Helen is not with us for long.
When the typhus fever died away at Lowood, a new management committee was formed as a result of public indignation at the abuses which had caused the epidemic and condemned its many victims. Mr. Brocklehurst managed to retain his post because of his wealth and family connections. But Lowood became in time a truly useful and noble institution. I was a pupil there for 6 more years, and as for the 2 years which followed...
Miss Miss Eyre, please, Miss Eyre.
Very well, Mary.
B-O-U-G-H. Bough of a tree. B-O-W. Bough.
Very good. I'm very pleased with all of you girls. Now, I would like you to learn the next 10 words in your book for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And you may start now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I was a teacher and loved it. But since Helen's death, my one, my only, my dear friend remained Miss Temple. And a day came that was inevitable.
God bless the bride and groom! God bless the bride and groom! God bless the Write to me, Miss Temple. Please write to me. And me.
I will. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Temple.
With Miss Temple's departure, I tired of the routine of 8 years in one afternoon. I longed for change, for liberty, or at the very least a new servitude. What do people do to get a new place? Apply to friends? I have no friends. Or advertise. A young lady accustomed to tuition is desirous of meeting with a situation where the children are under 14. Address J.E., Post Office, Lowton.
Oh. There, I shall take your cloak, miss.
No, thank you, Barbara. Is there anyone in the teacher's room?
I don't know, miss. Shall I bring a pot of tea to warm you?
No, thank you. I wish to be alone for a moment. Miss Eyre, you are back at last. You said I might go to the village, Miss Watts.
Yes, and I acceded to your plea to perform an errand there yesterday, and the day before, and every day of my short time here.
I hope I have not been remiss in my duties.
Indeed, you performed them well, as I was led to expect when I took over the superintendentship from Miss Temple. She spoke of you in the most glowing terms.
I would not wish to have disappointed you, Miss Watts.
It is disconcerting when a teacher I'd been led to expect would give me strong support quits the premises in such haste. And if I may say so, agitation every afternoon. One wonders what is the reason.
It shall not happen again, Miss Watts.
Let us hope not.
Well, you know where she goes, the post office.
Oh, how'd you know?
Tongue's wag, especially that old postmistress.
Oh, well, there, well, she says anything.
Well, now, every afternoon this week into the post office comes Miss Eyre to see if there's a letter for J.E. And when she finds there's none, she marches out with a face like a funeral.
I believe it is your turn to take the girls' study hour this evening.
Yes, Miss Watts, and then I read prayers to them and see them to bed.
Do not let them make you late for teacher supper.
J.E. is in a position to give satisfactory references. A situation can be offered where there is but one pupil, a little girl, and where the salary is £30 per annum. All particulars to Mrs. Fairfax, Thornfield, near Millcote.
Very well, Barbara, but do not let it occur again. That is all. You may go.
Miss Watts?
You wish to speak to me, Miss Eyre?
If I may, Miss Watts, it concerns a matter of much importance to me.
I am very busy, Miss Eyre, but if it's urgent, speak now.
Miss Watts, I have the possibility of another situation.
You wish to leave Lowood?
It is a situation where the salary would be £30 per annum, double the amount I'm receiving now.
And you would like me to lay the matter before Mr. Brocklehurst?
If you would, I would be most grateful.
Mrs. Reed, as your natural guardian, will need to be approached for her consent.
Mrs. Reed will not care what happens to me.
And then, Miss Eyre, the matter must be laid before the committee. It may take some time. But I have no doubt that since you've always conducted yourself well, a testimonial of character and capacity will be furnished you.
Thank you, Miss Watts.
Oh, Miss Eyre, I was just coming for you. There's a person just arrived wishes to see you.
Oh, that'll be the carrier for my box.
No, this is a young woman. The carrier won't come for another half hour.
Now, he's to take my box to the inn. I shall be there in the morning to take the coach. Who's the visitor?
It's her, I'm sure. I could have told her anywhere. Well, who is it? You've not forgotten me, Miss Eyre.
Oh, Bessie!
Bessie!
Oh, Barbara, this is a very dear old friend, Bessie. She was my nurse at Gateshead. The only one who was ever kind to me.
Oh, well, that'll be one more for tea then, Miss Eyre.
Oh, dear, where can we go and talk? The teacher who shares my room is studying up there.
The teacher's room is empty, miss.
Come, with so much to talk about. Bessie, you're married.
Yes, I've been married nearly 5 years to Robert Levin, the coachman.
Oh, I remember him. He's an excellent man.
We've a little boy named Bobby and a little girl named, guess what?
What?
Jane.
Oh, Bessie, thank you. And have you left Gateshead?
No, the old porter left and we were put into lodge. You've not grown so very tall, Miss Jane. Not so very stout.
I fear you're disappointed in me, Bessie. Come and sit down.
Well, no, not exactly. You were genteel and now you look like a lady and it's as much as I ever expected of you. Well, you were never a beauty as a child. I dare say you're clever, though. What can you do? Can you play on piano?
A little.
Miss Reeds could not play as well. I always said you could surpass them, and you have. What else can you do? Can you draw?
That is one of my paintings over the fireplace.
Oh, well, that is beautiful.
Bessie, did my aunt send you?
Oh, Lord, no. But she did have a letter saying you were going away to another place. So I thought I'd set off and have a look at you before you went quite away.
Oh, bless you.
You'll want to hear about family. Well, Miss Georgiana is very handsome and nearly ran off Wheat Lord, but her sister told on her, now they quarrel like cat and dog. Mr. John is a great disappointment. He were put to study law, but it were no use, and now he's ruining his health with bad living. Your aunt is well enough to look at, but she's breaking her heart over Mr. John, and I fear it'll be the death of her. For only
Bessie, please, I want no news of the family. They've never sought any of me. Let us talk of ourselves.
Well, never. Well, did Mrs. not write and tell you when man came?
What man?
Well, you know how Mrs. Reed always said your father's people were poor and despicable. Well, they may be poor, but I believe they're as much gentry as the Reeds are. For one day, it must be 7 years ago, and Mr. Eyre came to Gateshead asking to see you. I was sure Mrs. must have written to tell you.
She's never written.
Oh, dear. Well, Mrs. told him you were at school some 50 miles off. He seemed so much disappointed, for he was going away to a foreign country, and his ship was to sail in a day or two. He looked very much the gentleman, and I think he was your father's brother.
And what foreign country was he going to, Bessie?
Oh, an island thousands of miles off, where they make wine. The butler did tell me. Oh.
Madeira?
Yes, that's it. That's the very word.
And he went away?
Yes, he did not stay many minutes in house. Missus were very high with him. Afterwards she called him a sneaking tradesman. My Robert believes he were a wine merchant.
Perhaps. Or a clerk or an agent to a wine merchant.
Miss Jane, I cannot stay long. A waggoner is passing who will carry me home.
Not until you've had a good meal and a rest. Come, Barbara must have that tea ready by now. We'll go into the kitchen and talk and talk and talk. I must tell you what has happened, for I'm starting a new life.
No.
Yes.
Welcome to Thornfield, Mum.
Thank you.
Please come in. John will take your box up to your room.
Aye, it's allus John.
Will you walk this way, Ma'am? Miss Eyre, Mum.
How do you do, my dear?
How do you do, Mom? Mrs. Fairfax, I think.
Yes, you are right. I'm afraid you've had a tedious ride from Milkwood. John drives slowly. And were you long in the coach before that?
The coach left Luton at 4 o'clock this morning. I had to rise before 3 o'clock.
Oh, you must be tired. Come and sit down.
Is this not your chair?
Oh, I shall be comfortable enough here. And your hands look numb with cold. Leah, are the refreshments ready?
Yes, Mum.
And make some hot negus as well.
The water's boiling, Mum.
I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairfax tonight. I was glad to arrive before nightfall, hoping to see my young pupil. Miss Fairfax.
Miss Fairfax? Oh, you mean Miss Barnes. Barnes is the name of your future pupil.
Barnes?
Yes. Oh, yes, thank you, Leah. Now, sip that negus and warm yourself.
Indeed, then, she is not your daughter?
No, I have no family. But I am so pleased you are come. It will be quite pleasant having someone with whom to talk. Thornfield is a fine old hall, but in the quiet season, you know, one feels dreary. Quite alone. Well, I say quite alone. Leah, my maid, is a nice enough girl, to be sure. And John and his wife, well, are very decent people, but then, you see, they are only servants. Well, eat that food, Miss Eyre. Don't stand on ceremony. You may eat and listen to me prattling. I have had the room next to mine prepared for you. It is only a small apartment, but I thought you would like it better than one of the large front chambers. To be sure, the front chambers have finer furniture, but they are so large and solitary. I never sleep in there myself. Here we are.
Oh, it is beautiful. Thank you, Mrs. Fairfax. And thank you for your kindness.
Kindness? Oh, rubbish. Now I have someone with whom I can talk. But I won't come in and keep you from your bed with my chatter. Good night, my dear.
Good night, Mrs. Fairfax.
Good morning, my dear. I see you are an early riser.
It's all so beautiful. Every moment is precious.
Come in, my dear. I have some tea in my room. The tea is just right. And how did you like Thornfield?
Oh, I like it very much.
Yes, it is a pretty place. But I fear it will be getting out of order if Mr. Rochester doesn't take it into his head to come and reside here permanently.
Mr. Rochester? Who is he?
Well, the owner of Thornfield. Did you not know his name was Rochester?
I thought Thornfield belonged to you.
To me? Oh, bless you, child. Oh, what an idea. No, I am only the housekeeper, the manager. To be sure, I am distantly related to the Rochesters, or rather my husband was. He was a clergyman, you know, incumbent of Hay, the little village beyond the hill. The present Mr. Rochester's mother was a Fairfax and second cousin to my husband. But I never presume on the connection. My employer is always civil, and I expect nothing more.
And the little girl, my pupil?
Oh, she is Mr. Rochester's ward. And he asked me to engage a governess for her. I hear her. Come, let me introduce you. And after your schoolwork is finished, I shall show you round the house. Good morning, Miss Adele. Come and meet the lady who is to teach you and turn you into a clever woman one day.
Bonjour, Madame Fairfax. Enchantée, mademoiselle.
Alors, tu es française? I did not imagine I had a foreign pupil.
Miss Adele was born on the continent, I believe, and has been in England only 6 months. She speaks English quite well, but is rather unwilling to do so. I can get little out of her. This is Sophie, her bonne, as she calls her nurse.
Mademoiselle, nous aurons bien des choses à faire ensemble, Sophie.
Oh oui, bien sûr.
Ah, elle parle parfaitement français.
Yes, my dear, I had a very good teacher. And I practiced every day for many years. Do you understand me?
Yes, mademoiselle.
Excellent. And since you are to speak English like an English lady, from now on we will speak only English.
I will try, mademoiselle, mais quelquefois...
Try. You will succeed.
What is your name?
Jane Eyre.
Eyre.
I wish you could ask her some questions about her parents. You will learn more than I could.
Adele, you live in Paris?
Mais oui, mademoiselle. Yes, mademoiselle.
With whom did you live?
I lived long ago with Mama, but she's gone to the Holy Virgin.
Oh, poor little lamb.
And after that?
We lived with some poor people, but Mr. Rochester ever knew. He came. He asked if I would like to live with him in England, for I knew him when my Mama was alive, and he gave me the belle robe et des jouets.
Pretty dresses and toys.
But now he has left me all alone, and he's not here.
He has had to go abroad again.
I can sing and dance and speak many poems. Shall I dance? Et vous verrez.
Not now, dear. We have a lovely schoolroom ready for you, with a pianoforte and globes and all that you will need. Shall I show it to you?
Please do, Mrs. Fairfax.
Sophie, you will have much to do during lesson time.
Madame?
Sophie, vous aurez des choses à faire pendant nos leçons?
Oh oui, mademoiselle.
Come along, then.
Come, my dear.
I wish to play in the garden first.
Afterwards. In England, little girls do as they're told. Come along, I want to hear you sing.
Très bien.
Come in, my dear. Your morning school hours are over now?
Yes. The schoolroom is admirable. You keep everything in such good order.
Why, Miss Eyre, although Mr. Rochester's visits here are rare, they are always sudden and unexpected. So I keep his house in instant readiness.
Is Mr. Rochester such an exacting, fastidious man?
Oh, he has a gentleman's tastes and habits. He expects to find his house managed in accordance with them.
Do you like him? Is he generally liked?
Oh, yes. The Rochesters have owned most of the land here, time out of mind, and the family have always been respected.
But do you like him?
Well, I have no cause but to like him. And so do his tenants, to whom he is generous, although he's hardly ever among them.
But has he no peculiarities? I mean, what is his character?
He is a very good master.
Is that all you know of him?
Well, his character is unimpeachable, I suppose. I dare say he is peculiar. He travels a great deal and has seen a great deal of the world, I should think. I dare say he is clever, but I have never had much conversation with him.
In what way is he peculiar?
I don't know. It is not easy to describe. You feel it when he speaks to you. You cannot really be sure whether he is in jest or earnest, whether he is pleased or the contrary. You do not thoroughly understand him, or at least I do not. But he is a very good master. Now, I promised to show you round the house, didn't I?
Thank you. I did not imagine you had such grand apartments. I dared not hope to see anything like it in my life.
It is only the dining room and the drawing room. I open the curtains every day to air the rooms.
And every bedroom ready for use?
Oh, the master will not catch me napping. Well, now you have seen the whole house.
I have not seen the upper floor yet.
Oh, there is nothing to see.
Well, you told me there was a wonderful view from the leads.
You wish to go up on the roof? Oh, well, very well.
The view indeed was splendid. But I saw that Mrs. Fairfax, for some reason, was uneasy lest I should prolong my enjoyment of it. Thank you for taking so much trouble. I would not have missed such a pleasing prospect.
This is a grand country.
Do the servants sleep in these rooms?
Oh, no, the servants sleep at the back. No one sleeps here.
Oh, surely you have a ghost.
Ghost? Oh, not that I know of.
Mrs. Fairfax, did you hear that laugh? Who is it?
One of the servants, most likely. Or perhaps Grace Poole. She sews up here, and sometimes Lear is with her, and they are noisy. Grace? Grace? Too much noise, Grace. Remember directions. She does the sewing and helps with the housework. She's a little too fond of porter, but she works well enough. Let us go down. It is too disagreeable here. We do not want our dinner cold, do we?
I could sit and dream on those leads for hours.
I should not go up there again if I were you. The wind, it can come in terrible gusts. It is dangerous.
Anyone may blame me who likes, but often in the next few months, when I was free, I climbed to the roof where I could look out to the far skyline and longed to reach past it to the busy world beyond. I had the promise of a smooth career. My pupil had been spoilt and indulged, but soon became obedient and teachable. Yet in spite of my blessings, I was restless at my tranquility. I could not help it. The restlessness was in my nature. There must be millions like me, I thought, who must have action. Women especially, who wish for more than their narrow lot. What is the matter, Mrs. Poole? Are you not well?
This'll cure it, miss.
Miss Jane, you're not going out.
I'm going to the village to post a letter for Mrs. Fairfax.
But it's 2 miles over the hill, and 'tis bitter cold up there most times, and 'twill get dark terrible soon.
I shall enjoy the walk, and I like the dark. Are you hurt, sir? Can I help you?
Stand aside.
I can fetch help, sir.
I've no broken bones. It's only a sprain.
I shall stay with you until I can see you can mount your horse.
You should be at home. Where do you come from?
Thornfield Hall. I've been to post a letter.
Thornfield?
I'm a governess there.
Ah, yes. The governess. Come here. Excuse me. Necessity compels me to make you useful. Stand aside. Thank you. Eyre!
Jane, there you are. The master is here. He has had a fall. His ankle is sprained. I have just taken Mr. Carter, the surgeon, to him. He cannot even get up.
Of course he can.
You should not be standing up, sir.
Dr. Carter, I have the aid of your good self.
You are Mr. Rochester.
An intelligent deduction, Miss Eyre. Miss Eyre? Miss Eyre! I should be glad if you would take tea with me tomorrow. 6 p.m. Good night, Miss Eyre.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
You like Pilot?
Oui, monsieur.
Come in.
Good evening, sir. Here is Miss Eyre.
Well, let Miss Eyre be seated.
Tea is ready, sir, as you ordered. Adele, Miss Eyre, please come to the table. Oh, I am so sorry you had so much estate business, sir. I do wonder at your patience and perseverance in going on with it.
Madam, I should like some tea.
Oh, yes, of course, sir. Will you pass Mr. Rochester's cup? Adele might perhaps spill it.
Monsieur, have you a cadeau? A present from Miss Eyre in your boxes?
You expect a present, Miss Eyre? Are you fond of presents?
I hardly know, sir. I have little experience of them. They are generally thought pleasant things.
Generally thought. And what do you think?
I'm a stranger, sir. I have done nothing to entitle me to one.
Now, don't fall back on over-modesty. I've examined Adele and find you've taken great pains with her. She's not bright, she has no talents. Yet in a short while she's made much improvement.
Sir, you have given me my cadeau. Praise in my pupil's progress.
Miss Eyre, come sit here by me. You've been resident in my house 3 months.
Yes, sir.
And you come from a charitable institution. How long were you there?
8 years, sir.
8 years? You must be tenacious of life. No wonder you've rather the look of another world. When you came upon me in Hay Lane last night, I thought unaccountably of fairy tales. Who are your parents?
I have none, sir.
Nor ever had, I suppose. Do you remember them?
No, sir.
I thought not. So, You are out waiting for your people in that lane.
For whom, sir?
For the men in green.
The men in green all forsook England 100 years ago. The moon will never shine on their revels more.
Who recommended you to come here?
I advertised, and Mrs. Fairfax answered my advertisement.
Yes, and I am daily thankful of my choice.
Don't trouble yourself to give her a character. I shall judge for myself. She began by felling my horse.
Sir?
She bewitched my horse. Miss Eyre, you seen much society?
None. Outside Lowood and now this house, sir.
You read much?
Only such books as came in my way.
You've lived the life of a nun. No doubt you're well drilled in religious forms. Brocklehurst, do I understand, directs Lowood is a parson, is he not?
Yes, sir.
And you girls probably worshipped him, as a convent full of novices would worship their father.
No, sir.
They're very cool. No. What, a convent full of novices not worship their priest?
I disliked Mr. Brocklehurst. He was a harsh man, at once pompous and meddling.
What age were you when you went to Lowood?
About 10, sir.
You're now then 18.
Yes, sir.
Arithmetic, you see, is useful. Without it, I should hardly have been able to guess your age. What do you learn at Lowood? Can you play?
Little.
That is the established answer. Go into the library. I mean, if you please, Miss Eyre. Excuse my tone of command. I'm used to say do this and it is done. I cannot alter my customary habits for one new inmate. Go then into the library. Take a candle with you, sit down at the piano, and play a tune.
Very well, sir.
Enough! You play a little, I see. Like any other English schoolgirl. Perhaps rather better than some, but not well. Adele showed me some sketches this morning, which she said were yours. They're on the table. Bring them. Are they entirely of your doing? Probably a master aided you.
Certainly not, sir.
Ah. Hurts pride. Now, there are 3 in particular. Where'd you get your copies?
Out of my head, sir.
That same head I now see on your shoulders?
Yes, sir.
Does it have any furniture of the same kind within?
I should think it may have. I hope better.
Were you happy when you painted these?
Painting those pictures was one of the keenest pleasures I've ever known.
Well, that's not saying much. Your pleasures, by your own account, have been few. You've not enough of the artist's skill and science. Yet the drawings are, for a schoolgirl, peculiar. There. Put them away. It's 9 o'clock. What are you about, Miss Eyre, to keep Adele up so long? Take her to bed.
Bonne nuit, monsieur.
I wish you all good night now.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
Yeah?
I trust you enjoyed your ride, sir.
I trust you've enjoyed your day, Miss Eyre.
I have indeed, sir. I am so glad your leg is quite recovered.
Oh, 2 days were enough to put that right.
All the same, you should not take risks.
Otherwise you'll bewitch my horse again. Well, excuse me, Miss Eyre, I must change my clothes.
There's not much wrong with him anymore. Been out visiting, I suppose.
Imagine he has to call on all the neighbouring gentry.
Especially where certain young ladies are concerned. Have you heard talk of the Honourable Miss Blanche Ingram?
No.
Well, you will, miss. Morning, Mr. Rochester.
Here's your present. Amuse yourself with disemboweling it. Is that Miss Eyre?
You wish to see me, sir?
Come forward, Miss Eyre. Be seated. Don't draw the chair further off, Miss Eyre. Sit down exactly where I placed it. If you please, that is. Confound these civilities, I'm always forgetting them.
Oh, ciel, que c'est beau!
Come, child. The master wishes to speak to Miss Eyre.
You examine me, Miss Eyre. Do you find me handsome?
No, sir.
By my word, there is something singular about you. You have the air of a little nun. Quaint, quiet, grave and simple, with your arms before you and your eyes generally bent on the carpet. Except, by the by, when they're directed piercingly to my face. As just now. And when one asks you a question, you rap out a brusque rejoinder. What do you mean by it?
Sir, I beg your pardon. I was too plain.
You were no such thing. Go on. What faults do you find with me, pray? I suppose of all my limbs and all my features, like any other man?
Mr. Rochester, I intended no repartee. It was a blunder.
Just so. And you shall be answerable for it. Now, Ma'am. Am I a fool?
Far from it, sir. You might perhaps think me rude if I inquired in return whether you are a philanthropist.
No, young lady, I am not in general a philanthropist. But I bear a conscience. When I was as old as you, I was a feeling fellow enough, partial to the unfledged, unfostered and unlucky. But fortune has knocked me about since. And now I flatter myself that I'm as hard and tough as an India rubber ball. Pervious, though. Through a chink or two still. Does that leave hope for me?
Hope for what, sir?
Oh, you look very much puzzled, Miss Eyre. I know you're no more pretty than I am handsome. As a puzzled air becomes you. Besides, it's very convenient. It keeps those searching eyes off my physiognomy. So, puzzle on. Young lady, I am disposed to be gregarious and communicative tonight. That's why I sent for you. The fire and the chandelier were not sufficient company for me. I can't talk to an old lady or a young child, no pilot, but you. You puzzled me the first evening I invited you down here. But pleased me now to draw you out, to learn more of you. Therefore speak.
About what, sir?
Oh, whatever you like. You're dumb, Miss Eyre? Stubborn? And annoyed, hmm? Ah, I put my request in an absurd, almost insolent form. Miss Eyre, I beg your pardon. The fact is, once and for all, I do not wish to treat you like an inferior. I speak merely with 20 years more of age and a century more of experience. Now have the goodness to talk to me a little. Divert my thoughts, which are galled with dwelling on one point.
I am willing to amuse you if I can, sir. But how do I know what will interest you? Ask me questions and I will do my best to answer them.
Oh, firstly, then, do you agree that I have the right to be a little masterful, abrupt, exacting at times, on the grounds that I'm old enough to be your father and have roamed over half the globe, whilst you have lived quietly with one set of people in one house?
Do as you please, sir.
Oh, that's no answer. It's irritating and evasive. Reply clearly.
I do not think, sir, you have the right to command me because you are older than I, or because you have seen more of the world than I have. Your claim to superiority depends upon the use you have made of your time and experience.
Promptly spoken. But I won't allow that. It would never suit my case. I have made a very bad use of both advantages. Well, leaving superiority out of the question, then, you must still agree to receive my orders now and then without being piqued by the tone of command. Why do you smile?
I was thinking, sir, that very few masters would trouble themselves to inquire so of their paid subordinates.
Paid subordinate? Oh, yes, I'd forgotten the salary. Well, then, on that mercenary ground, will you agree to let me hector you a little?
No, sir, not on that ground, but on the grounds that you did forget it, and that you care whether or not a dependent is comfortable in his dependency.
And will you agree to dispense with a great many conventional forms and phrases without thinking me insolent?
I hope, sir, I know the difference between informality and insolence. The one I rather like, the other nothing freeborn would submit to even for a salary.
Humbug. Most things freeborn will submit to anything for a salary. However, I mentally shake hands with you for that answer, despite its inaccuracy. Not one in 3,000 raw schoolgirl governesses would have answered me as you have just done. However, I don't mean to flatter you. For all I know, you may have intolerable faults to counterbalance your few good points. Oh. Yes, you're right. I've plenty of faults of my own. I was thrust onto a wrong tack at the age of 21, and have never recovered the right course since. I might have been different. I might have been as good as you. Wiser. Almost as stainless. I envy you your peace of mind, your clean conscience, your unpolluted memory.
How was your memory when you were 18, sir?
Oh, I was your equal, Miss Eyre. Quite your equal. Nature meant me to be, on the whole, a good man, Miss Eyre. But you see, I am not. I am a trite, commonplace sinner, hackneyed in all the petty dissipations of the rich and worthless. I wish I'd stood firm. God knows I do. Dread remorse when you are tempted to err, Miss Eyre. Remorse is the poison of life.
Repentance is said to be its cure, sir.
It is not its cure. Reformation, maybe. I could reform, but what's the use? Hampered, burdened, cursed as I am. Besides, I have a right to get pleasure out of life, and I will get it, cost what it may.
Then you will degenerate still further, sir.
Why should I? If I can get sweet, fresh pleasure, and I may get it, as sweet and fresh as the wild honey the bee gathers on the moor. See, you're like a little bird trapped in a cage, vivid, resolute, restless, but a captive, were it but free. I would soar cloud high.
To speak truth, sir, I do not understand you.
And at this moment, Miss Eyre, I am paving hell with energy.
Sir?
I'm laying down good intentions, which I believe as durable as flint. And you afraid of me because I talk like a sphinx?
Your language is enigmatical, sir. Though I am bewildered, I am certainly not afraid.
Voici, mademoiselle.
Where are you going?
To put Adele to bed. It is past her time. She's beautiful, is she not?
A miniature of her mother. The little seductress.
Sir?
Never mind, I shall explain someday. Good night, Miss Eyre.
Good night, sir. Keep still, Adele. Keep still.
Que se passe-t-il, mademoiselle? Je commence à avoir froid.
Let me rest for a moment, Adele.
I promised you an explanation, Miss Eyre. Your pupil, Adele, is the daughter of a French opera dancer, Céline Varron, for whom I once cherished a grande passion. No reproof, Miss Eyre? No moral homily?
No, sir.
I like this day. I like this sky of steel. I like Thornfield. My home as it could be. Yet how long have I abhorred the very thought of it? Shunned it like a plague house. Feared it.
Feared it, sir.
I was speaking of Céline Varron. I called one evening when she didn't expect me and found her with another man.
Mademoiselle.
Thank you, Adele.
Bonjour.
Oh. Go and read your book, child. He was a cavalry officer. A brainless and vicious youth. A woman that could betray me with such a rival was not worth contending for. I paid her off. You never felt jealousy, did you, Miss Eyre? No. Of course not. You never felt love.
I'm so ignorant of the world. Perhaps I should have guessed at something of the sort.
Now you know she is the illegitimate offspring of a French opera girl, you will perhaps think differently of your post and your protégé. You'll be coming to me with notice you intend to leave, that you've found another position, that you beg me to look out for a new governess,
No, sir. Adele is not answerable for either her mother's faults or yours. I have a regard for her. Now that I know she is in a sense parentless, forsaken by her mother and disowned by you, sir, I will cling even closer to her than before.
Sir? Mr. Barrow, the agent's here, sir. He said you wish to see him at once.
Yes, I do. Put him in the library. Thank you, Miss Eyre.
Who's there? Who's there?
This is not one of your witchery, you sorceress.
I heard someone creeping in the corridor. I heard a terrible laugh. Whoever it was set fire to your room and then fled through the door to the upper staircase. Shall I fetch Mrs. Fairfax?
What the deuce for? What can she do before morning?
Well,
Let her sleep.
Mary, John,
You will wake no one. Here. Here, put this around you. Sit there. And stay where you are till I return. Don't move. And don't call anyone. It is as I thought.
How, sir?
You say you saw someone in the corridor,
No, only a candle on the floor.
but you heard an odd laugh. You've heard that laugh before, I should think, or something like it.
There is a woman who sews here, Grace Poole. She laughs in that way. She's a singular person, sir.
You've guessed it. Grace Poole, she is, as you say, singular. Very. I shall reflect upon the matter.
But, sir,
Miss Eyre, you are the only person beside myself who knows the details of tonight's incident. You're no talking fool. You will say nothing. I will account for this state of affairs. Now, go to your own room.
You cannot sleep here, sir.
I shall do very well on the library sofa. Must be nearly 4. In 2 hours the servants will be up.
Good night, then, sir.
What? You're quitting me already? And in that way?
You said I might go, sir.
At least shake hands. You saved my life. I have a pleasure in owing you so immense a debt.
There is no debt or obligation in the case.
Oh, I knew you would do me good in some way. At some time, I saw it in your eyes the first time I beheld you. That expression and smile did not. Did not strike delight to my very inmost heart so for nothing. Oh, my cherished preserver. Good night.
Good night, sir. Glad I happened to be awake.
Once you will go.
I'm cold, sir.
Cold. Yes. Go then, Jane, go.
I think I hear Mrs. Fairfax move.
Well, Jane, leave me.
What a to-do! What a to-do!
Good morning, Mrs. Fairfax.
Oh, a good morning, do you call it? Have you seen the master's room? He might have been burnt to a cinder in his bed. And all for being careless with a candle. Ah, well, we shall have it to rights within the day. But there are so many things to be moved. I have Leah and John in there. I must call the rest of the servants. Jane, dear, take those and put them on the master's bed. Oh, I am so grateful he is gone. Gone? For good? Oh, dear me, no. No, he has only gone to a house party. He will be back. But I must get on. Oh, Jane, keep an eye on Leah and John. You know how they love to waste time gossiping.
It's lucky he had his water jug full. I wonder he did it himself and wake nobody.
Why, Miss Jane, what do you make of all this?
I was looking for Mr. Rochester. Has he been in?
No, miss, but his horse is to be saddled and he's riding over to the Lees.
Oh, thank you, John. Do you know, is he expected to return soon?
I'm afraid not, miss.
Good morning, miss.
Good morning, Grace. 'Tis a strange affair, is it not? I've been told what happened. Did Mr. Rochester wake no one? Did no one hear him move?
Well, the servants sleep too far off to hear, miss. Mrs. Fairfax heard nothing. Elderly people often sleep heavy. But you sleep nearby, miss, and I should say that being young, you're a light sleeper. Did you not hear a noise?
I did. At first I thought it was Pilot. But Pilot cannot laugh. And I'm certain I heard a laugh. A very strange one.
Well, it's hardly likely Master would laugh when he was in such danger. I should think, miss, you must have been dreaming.
I was not dreaming.
You did not think of opening your door and going out into the gallery?
Certainly not. I bolted my door. I have not done so before, but I shall in future.
It will be a wise thing to do. I've never heard of the hall being attempted by robbers, but there are hundreds of pounds worth of plate, and there are very few servants. I always think it best to err on the safe side. A deal of people, miss, are for trusting all to Providence. But I say Providence blesses those that help themselves.
Mrs. Poole, will you come down to the servants' dinner?
No. Just put my pint of porter and a bit of pudding on a tray and I'll carry it upstairs.
You'll have some meat.
Oh, just a morsel. And a taste of cheese, that's all, Maria.
Mrs. Fairfax is looking for you, miss, for dinner.
Thank you.
Mr. Rochester, Mr. Rochester!
What is it?
Miss Poole, sir. She's in your bedroom as bold as brass.
Well?
Well, why is she not in custody or at least dismissed? You as good as said she was guilty last night, sir. Why did you bind me to secrecy?
Is that all?
Has she some hold over you, sir?
Miss Eyre, kindly confine your concerns to matters which are within your province.
10 days. And not a word from Mr. Rochester. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go straight back to the continent and doesn't show his face in Thornfield for another year or more.
But would he not let you know?
No. He has often left us suddenly and without warning. Oh, the tray is not yet ready for you, Leah.
No, Mum, but here's a letter just come.
Oh. Thank you. It is from the master. Well. Well, we are going to be busy now.
He is returning?
Indeed he is. And within 3 days, he's bringing a party of friends with him. And the Honourable Blanche Ingram.
Good morning, Mum.
Welcome to Thornfield. Welcome home, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Fairfax. I've enjoyed the company of my own equal on horseback in the county, without pest of friends by 5 minutes.
I always adore this house.
Mrs. Grace was an adorable guest.
Rogers, who is that lady?
That's the Honourable Miss Blanche Ingram, miss.
Thank you.
Let me show you to your room. Mrs. Fairfax will attend upon you till your servant arrives.
Mais qu'elle est belle!
She is very beautiful.
The carriages are ready, sir.
Thank you, John. En avant, mes amis!
They have a fine day for their excursion. And do not Mr. Rochester and Miss Blanche make a fine couple?
He evidently prefers her to any of the other ladies.
Oh, it is clear he admires her.
Yes, it is.
Oh, but you see, my dear, the gentry have more to consider than themselves. Marriage is a duty. It involves fortunes, family trees, the bringing together of estates. And there must come a time when any gentleman has to consider his duty.
She is indeed beautiful.
Oh, you will see her at her best this evening. I happened to mention to Mr. Rochester how much Adele wished to be introduced to the ladies. And he said, let her come into the drawing room after dinner.
Oh, she will be in ecstasies.
And he said, let Miss Eyre accompany her.
Oh, no, he was only speaking out of politeness.
I told him you were shy. And he said, tell her it is my wish. If she resists, I shall come and fetch her.
To speak truth, I did not greatly care for Mr. Rochester's guests. Most of them, Miss Ingram especially, seemed to me to be shallow, haughty, and contemptuous towards those not of their own station.
course, you have a governess for her. Where is she now? Is she gone? Oh, no, there she is still. You should hear Mamma about the subject of governesses. I had half a dozen at least, all either detestable or ridiculous.
I used to quiz my governess, but she was such a good creature. I might ransack her desk or upset her workbooks. She would bear anything.
I suppose we shall now have an abstract of the memoirs of all the governesses of all our families. May I play you something instead?
Oh, please do.
How'd you do?
I'm very well, sir.
Why didn't you come and speak to me in the room?
I did not wish to disturb you as you seemed engaged, sir.
Well, what have you been doing during my absence?
Nothing particular. Teaching Adele as usual.
You're looking a good deal paler than you were. What's the matter?
Nothing is the matter, sir.
Did you catch cold? That night you half drowned me?
Not the least, sir.
Return to the drawing room. You're deserting too early.
I am tired, sir.
And a little depressed. What about? Tell me.
I'm not depressed.
But I affirm that you are. So much depressed that a few more words would bring tears to your eyes. If I had time, I'd know what all this means. Well, tonight I excuse you, but remember, so long as my visitors stay, I shall expect you in the drawing room every evening. It is my wish. Don't neglect it. Now go. Send Sophie for Adele. Good night.
One evening, a change of entertainment was proposed. They spoke of playing charades, but in my ignorance, I did not understand the term.
Don't forget. Oh, it's a wedding.
Why, it's a marriage.
What a
magnificent couple they make.
Don't be perhaps
Oh, he looks like Jane. Jane? Is this the one?
I think so.
No, it can't be. Whatever can it be?
Was not the second syllable well? And does not that make the entire word Bridewell, the lunch colonel? Bravo! Well done. I got it. I got it. That's a very good one. That's right. Very good. I did enjoy it. Right here. Come down. Let me hand you down. Thank you. You were so good. Remember how frightened we were.
George.
Come over here.
Amy, that's quite exciting.
And remember, Miss Ingram, you are now my wife. We were married just now in front of all these witnesses.
I saw he was going to marry her for her family, rank, and connections. I was not jealous, or only rarely so. But I suffered an ever-torturing pain, for I knew he did not love her. He told us next day that he had been summoned to Milcott on business and would not be back till late. That same afternoon, a stranger arrived at Thornfield.
It appears I arrive at an inopportune time, madam, when my friend, Mr. Rochester, is from home. But I arrive from a very long journey, and I think I may presume so far an old and intimate acquaintance as to install myself till he returns. My name is Mason. I am but just arrived in England.
I spent some time on the West Indies station, sir. Do I detect?
You have an acute ear, sir. I am from Kingston, Jamaica.
I know it well.
It was there that I met Mr. Rochester.
I did not know that Mr. Rochester had ever been to the West Indies.
Oh, Rochester has been everywhere. But allow me to introduce you to the company, Mr. Mason. Lady Ingram, permit me to present Mr. Mason formally to you.
Yes, certainly.
Lady Lynn?
Rochester did not like the West Indies. Hurricanes and heat and the appalling rainfall were too much even for his heroic tastes.
Beg pardon, sir. There's an old woman in all being extremely troublesome, refusing to leave. A gypsy, sir.
Well, tell her I'm a magistrate and she'll have her put in the stocks if she does not take herself off.
No, wait. Sam, did I hear you say she was a gypsy?
Yes, sir. She insists on being brought in before quality to tell fortunes.
Well, we have no plans for entertainment. Let her entertain us.
Surely, Colonel Dent, you would not encourage such a low impostor.
What is she like?
A shocking, ugly, old creature, miss, almost as black as them calls.
Let's have her in. To be sure, why throw away the chance of a little fun?
Show her into the library.
Well, that is what she wants, miss. She says she'll not appear before the vulgar herd.
I think I had better go first.
No, sir. She wants no gentlemen. Ladies only. And only them that's young and single.
By Jove, she has taste.
Oh, my best, my dearest, pause. Reflect.
What did she say, Blanche?
Well, Blanche?
She poured my palm and told me what such people usually tell.
It is my turn now. I am sure she is something not right. She told me such things. She knows all about us.
If you please, miss, Gypsy says there is another young, single lady in room and she'll not go until she's seen me.
The governess, indeed.
I will go by all means.
I can make nothing of such hand as that is to fine. Here on the rug. It's in the face. It's about the eyes and the set of the mouth. I wonder with what feelings you came to me tonight. You have no secret hope that whispers to you of a sweet future?
The utmost I hope is to save enough money for a little school someday.
Mean food for the heart. And when you're sitting in that window seat. Oh, yes, I know your habits.
You have been speaking to the servants.
I know one of them. You're sharp, you're quick. Mrs. Poole. Oh, don't be alarmed. She's a safe hand, is Mrs. Poole. She can be trusted. Now, when you're sitting in that window seat, do you think of nothing but your future school? Is there not one of your companions you think about? Is there not one face that you study?
I like to observe all faces.
You're forced to observe your master.
He is not at home.
Does that blot him, as it were, out of existence?
I can scarcely see what Mr. Rochester has to do with my ways.
Ah, amid all this society, have you not seen love in his face?
I did not come here to confess. Is it known that Mr. Rochester is to be married?
Ah, happen to the beautiful Miss Ingram?
Shortly.
Appearances would make it seem so.
But, Mother, I did not come here to hear Mr. Rochester's fortune. I came to hear my own.
Your fortune is yet doubtful. Chance has offered you a measure of happiness. It depends on yourself to stretch out your hand and take it up. Whether you will do so is the question. Kneel again on the rug.
Do not keep me long. The fire burns me.
The flame flickers in the eye shines, it's soft and full of feeling. The eye is favourable. The mouth, at times, delights in laughter. The brow's the enemy. That brow says I can live alone if self-respect requires it. I needn't sell my soul to buy bliss. That forehead declares reason, sits firm and holds the reins. It will not let her feelings burst away and hurry her to wild chasms. Strong wind, earthquake, shock and fire may pass by. But I will follow the guiding of that still, small voice called conscience.
Well said, Conscience, your voice shall be respected.
Well, Jane, do you know me now?
Off, ye lendings! Well carried out, don't you think?
This was no party game. You have been trying to draw me out.
Oh, Jane, do you forgive me?
I don't know. I shall have to have time to think about it. Mr. Rochester, are you aware there is a stranger waiting to see you? Mr. Mason of the West Indies.
Mason? The West Indies.
Are you ill, sir?
Oh, Jane, I've got a blow, Jane. Where is he?
In there with the others.
No whispering. They're laughing and talking.
He seems sociable.
Sociable? Jane, if all those people turned their back on me, went away from here, would you go too?
I would stay with any friend. I will stay with you. But why?
Jane, go in there. Step quietly up to Mason. Whisper in his ear. Tell him that Rochester is here and waiting to see him. Show him in, then leave us.
Rochester. I'm sorry to arrive without warning.
I must declare you're looking well, Richard.
Yes, Edward. Time has been kinder to me than I would have imagined.
I wondered I could say the same. Mason, I don't like you going up there tonight. Not on your own. Wait till tomorrow.
I must go up now. I could not sleep otherwise.
Henry, my dear fellow, did you hear that? Where the devil is Rochester? Don't strangle me.
All is right, Jane. All is right.
What the deuce was that noise then?
Yes, one of the servants had a nightmare. That's all. Now I must ask you all to return to your rooms. We must get the house settled.
Yes.
Gentlemen, have the goodness to set the ladies an example. Miss Ingram, I know I can count on you. Ladies, you'll catch your death of cold in this gallery.
I'm sure. Come on. No.
Who is it?
Open the door. You got any smelling salts?
Yes.
Bring them. You don't turn sick at the sight of blood.
I think I should not. I've never been tried yet.
Wait here.
I will do as you say, sir.
That was Grace Poole.
Here, Jane.
Mr. Mason!
The sauce.
Is there any danger?
No, man, a mere scratch. Don't be so overcome. Bear up. I'll fetch a surgeon for you myself. We'll be able to remove you by morning, I hope. Jane,
Sir.
I must leave you in this room with this gentleman for an hour, perhaps 2.
Yes, sir.
Take the sponge. And wipe away the blood whenever it begins to flow. If he feels faint, there's a glass of water on that stand. Put it to his lips and use the salts.
Very well.
You will not speak to him on any pretext.
Harry Rochester.
And Richard, it will be at peril of your life if you speak to her. Open your lips, agitate yourself, and I'll not be answerable for the consequences.
Remember, not one word must be spoken. Not one word.
Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason. Try to keep your eyes open. Try.
Can't be on the alert. How is he?
Just breathing, sir.
Just the wounds. Bandage him properly.
Is he fit to move, sir?
He's got to be. I'll give you about half an hour to get him downstairs. Look, it's nothing vital. Set to work. How are you, Richard?
He's done for me, I fear.
Ah, not a whit. Courage, man. You've lost a little blood, that's all. Carter, assure him there's no danger.
Oh, I can do that cheerfully, sir, but how is this? The flesh near the shoulder here is torn as well as cut. There are teeth marks here. She bit like a tigress when Rochester got the knife from her.
You shouldn't have yielded. You should have grappled with her.
She looked so quiet at first. I thought I could do some good.
You thought. You've suffered enough. Carter, hurry. I must have him off before sunrise.
I must look to this other wound, sir. She's had her teeth here, too.
She sucked the blood.
She said she'd drain my heart.
Oh, come, Richard, be silent, man. Don't repeat her gibberish.
I cannot forget it.
You will when you're out of the country. You may think of her as dead and buried.
Never.
Oh, have some energy, man. You thought you were dead as a herring 2 hours since. You're alive. I'll make you decent in a trice. Doctor, Jane, give me some water. You must allow me the liberty of administering my own medicine. There, drink. Drink.
But would it hurt me?
Drink it, Richard. You'll be able to stand with help in a few minutes. Jane, get down to my room. Open the wardrobe, bring me a clean shirt. Get Mason's cloak from his room. Come back and tell me if anybody's about. Be quick. Keep him at your house till he's quite well. Take care of him. I'll ride over in a few days and see how he is. How are you feeling now, Richard?
The fresh air revives me. Edward.
What is it?
Let her be taken care of. Let her be treated tenderly.
I do my best. Have done and shall do. It's been a strange night for you, Jane. You look pale. Were you afraid when I left Mason with you?
I was afraid of something in that other room.
I'd locked the door. I'd have been a very careless shepherd if I'd left a lamb. My pet lamb, unguarded, so near a wolf's den.
Will Grace Poole stay here now, sir?
Oh, yes. Don't trouble yourself about her. Put it out of your mind.
But your life is not safe while she stays.
I'll take care of myself.
Is the danger feared when Mr. Mason came gone by now, sir?
I cannot vouch for that till Mason is out of the country. Nor even then. To live, for me, Jane, is to stand on a crater crust that may crack and spew fire any day. Now you look puzzled, and it's cold. Not another word till you've been nourished.
But, sir...
Do as you are told. Brandy and biscuits will do. No servants needed. Now, Jane. You are my little friend, are you not?
I like to serve you, sir, and obey you in all that is right.
Precisely. In all that is right. Only that. Well... Like Mason, you two now have power over me. You may injure me by speaking. I dare not tell you more.
If you have no more to fear from Mr. Mason than you have from me, sir, you are very safe.
Well, God grant it may be so. Sit here, I want you by me. Would you hesitate? Would that be wrong, Jane? Now, Jane, I'll put a case to you. Suppose you were no longer a girl well-reared, but a wild boy indulged from childhood. Imagine yourself in a remote foreign land. Conceive that there you commit a capital error, never mind what, but one whose consequences must follow you through life and taint every hour of your existence.
An error?
An error, not a crime. No shedding of blood or any other guilty act. I speak of error. Now, in time, the consequences of what you have done become utterly insupportable. Hope has quitted you. You seek relief in exile, happiness in a heartless, sensual pleasure. After years of wandering, you come home, heart-weary and soul-withered. And then you meet someone. Never mind who or how. And you find the goodness you have sought for 20 years. Such society revives, regenerates. You long to recommence your life in a way more worthy of an immortal being. Are you justified to attain this end in overleaping an obstacle of custom, a mere impediment of convention? Is that person justified in daring the world's opinion to attach this gentle, gracious life to his own?
No human can help as God can, sir.
But I have found the being, Jane. You've noticed my tender penchant for Miss Blanche Ingram. Do you not think if I married her, she would regenerate me with a vengeance?
Yes, sir.
To you I can talk of my lovely one, for now you have seen her.
Yes, sir.
She is a rare one, is she not, Jane?
Yes, sir.
A strapper. A real strapper.
It seems a fine enough morning. It will be when the sun is well up.
Leave later.
So you already dined with your pupil?
Yes. She will spend the rest of the afternoon with her nurse.
Excuse me, miss.
I must go and find my husband.
There's someone to see you, miss, in Miss Fairfax's room.
Oh, thank you, John.
I dare say you hardly remember me, miss, but my name is Leven.
Robert, how do you do? You're married to Betty. How is she?
She's very hearty, thank you, miss. And so are the children. We have 3 now.
Oh.
But the family at the house, well, they're very badly. In great trouble. Your aunt, Mrs. Reed, is very ill. You see, Mr. John, your cousin, he died a week yesterday in London.
Bessie told me he was ruining his health.
They say he killed himself. Well, the news of Mr. John's death and the manner of it came too suddenly for the missus. She'd borne too much already. It brought on a stroke.
Will she live?
All I know, miss, is that she was 3 days without speaking. But then she kept trying to say something and kept making signs to my wife and mumbling. Well, it was only yesterday morning Bessie made out she was saying, your name, bring Jane, fetch Jane Eyre, I want to speak to her. If you can get ready, miss, I should like to take you back with me.
Yes, Robert, I shall go.
Bessie said you would.
I shall have to ask for leave first. I'll do that now.
Oh, I have no end of mystifications. Try your wits on this one.
Come in.
Now, Mr. Rochester, take any card.
Mr. Rochester, I'm sorry to have intruded.
That person appears to want you.
Does she? Miss Ashton kindly obliged Miss Ingram by taking a card. If you ladies will excuse me. Well, Jane?
If you please, sir, I want a leave of absence for a week or two.
And what to do? Where to go?
To see a sick lady who has sent for me.
What sick lady? Where does she live?
At Gateshead, sir.
Well, that's 100 miles off. Who may she be that she sends for people to see her at that distance?
Her name is Reed, sir, Mrs. Reed.
Reed of Gateshead. That was a Reed of Gateshead, a magistrate.
It is his widow, sir. Mr. Reed was my mother's brother.
It's miles off.
Yes, sir, but I shall go.
And how long will you stay?
As short a time as possible.
Well, promise me you'll only stay a week.
I had better not give my word. I might be obliged to break it.
But you will come back. You won't let them persuade you to stay there.
I will, of course, return if all be well.
And who goes with you? I mean, you can't go all that way on your own.
The coachman, sir. His wife keeps the lodge. They're old friends.
When do you wish to leave?
As soon as I'm packed, sir.
Well, you'll need some money. I've given you no salary. How much have you in the world, Jane?
£5, sir.
Here.
It is £50, sir. You owe me but 15. I have no change.
I don't want change. Right. Right. Here is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Is it enough?
Yes, sir. But now you owe me 5.
Come back for it, then.
Mr. Rochester, I think this is a proper time to mention another matter.
I'm curious to hear it.
You have as good as informed me you are shortly to be married.
Yes. What then?
In that case, sir, Adele ought to go to school.
Well, to get her out of my bride's way, you mean? I might otherwise walk over her. There's sense in that. And you, Jane?
I must seek another situation elsewhere, sir.
You must. With the help of your family, I suppose.
No, sir. I am not on such terms with them. I shall advertise.
You shall walk up the pyramids of Egypt. Look, I wish I'd not given you that money now, Jane. Give me back £9. Look, I've a use for it.
So have I, sir.
You little niggard. Well, give me £5 then.
Not 5 shillings nor 5 pence, sir.
Just let me look at the money.
No, sir. You are not to be trusted.
And promise me you won't advertise. Look, if you want a situation, I'll find you one in time.
I shall be glad to, sir. If you in your turn will promise that I and Adele shall both be safe out of the house before your bride enters it.
Look, I'll give you my word on it. So, you're off then.
Yes.
And it seems that you and I must bid goodbye for a little while. How do people perform that ceremony, Jane? Teach me, I'm not quite up to it.
They say farewell, or any form they prefer.
Then say it.
Farewell, Mr. Rochester, for the present.
Farewell, Miss Eyre, for the present. Is that all?
Yes.
So, he'll do no more than say, farewell, Jane.
It is enough, sir.
Very likely. But it is blank and cool. Farewell.
How do you do, Miss Eyre? I'm very well, thank you, Cousin Eliza. I hope you are well.
How do you do, Miss Eyre? I trust the journey was tolerable.
It was indeed. Thank you, Cousin Georgiana. May I sit down?
Oh, do.
I hear Mrs. Reed has rallied a little.
Oh, Mamma, you mean? She is extremely poorly. I doubt if you can see her tonight.
If you would just step upstairs and tell her I'm here, I should be much obliged to you. I know she had a particular desire to see me, and I would not wish to keep her waiting.
Mamma dislikes being disturbed in the evening.
I shall just step out to Bessie and ask her to ascertain whether Mrs. Reed is disposed to receive me. Excuse me. It is I, Aunt Reed.
Who are you? Aunt? Who calls me Aunt? Oh, I know you. You are like Jane Eyre.
I am Jane. You sent Bessie for me.
I'm very ill. I know. I was trying to turn myself a few minutes since. I cannot move a limb. It is as well. I should ease my mind before I die. What one thinks little of in life burdens us at such an hour as this. Is there no one in the room but you?
We are alone, Aunt.
Well, I have twice done you a wrong, which I regret now. One was in breaking the promise I gave my husband to bring you up as my own child. The other, anyhow, perhaps it is of no great importance. I may get better. To humble myself to her is painful. Well, I must get it over. Eternity is before me. I had better tell you. Behind you is my dressing case. Open it. You will see a letter there. Read it.
Madam, will you please have the goodness to send me the address of my niece, Jane Eyre, and tell me how she is. It is my intention to write shortly and desire her to come to me at Madeira. Providence has blessed my endeavours to secure a competency, and as I am unmarried and childless, I wish to adopt her during my life and bequeath her at my death whatever I may have to leave. I am, Madam, yours very faithfully, John Eyre, Madeira. Why did I never hear of this? It is dated 3 years back.
Because I disliked you too much ever to help you to prosperity. I could not forget your conduct, Jane, when you turned on me in such fury and declared that you abhorred me worse than anybody in the world. You frightened me. Oh, baby, some more. Oh, my case.
Please, think no more of it. Let it pass from your mind. Forgive me, I was a child. It was 9 years ago.
I tell you, I could not forget it, and I took my revenge. I wrote to your uncle. I said Jane Eyre was dead. She died of the typhus at Lowood. Now, act as you please. Write and contradict my assertions. Expose my falsehood as soon as you can. You were born to be my torment. My last hour is racked by the memory of a deed which, but for you, I should never have been tempted to commit.
If you could be persuaded to think no more of it, Aunt, and to regard me with kindness and forgiveness.
You have a very bad disposition.
My disposition is not so bad as you think. I'm passionate, but not vindictive. Many times as a child I wanted to love you if you'd have let me.
Don't bend over me. You oppress me.
Love me then, or hate me, as you wish. You have my free and full forgiveness. Ask now for God's and be at peace.
Bessie! Bessie, she's in a stupor!
Oh, I cannot. I cannot.
With her constitution, she could have lived to a good old age. Her life was shortened by trouble.
Hello. There you are. Oh, come on. If you please. And this is Jane Eyre. Yes, just one of your tricks to come on foot. What the devil have you been doing this last month?
I've been with my aunt, sir, who is dead.
True Janian reply. Good angels be my guard, she comes from the abode of the dead. I said you were an elf.
I'm no elf, sir.
Truant. Absent from me a whole month. And forgetting me quite, I'm sure.
I thought you were in London, sir.
I suppose you found that out by second sight. But I'm back.
I had a letter from Mrs. Fairfax.
Stay still. And did she inform you of what I went to do?
Oh, yes, sir. To buy a new carriage. And to make arrangements for your wedding to Miss Ingram.
Well, you should see the carriage, Jane. And tell me if you don't think it would suit Mrs. Rochester exactly. I wish at times I were a trifle better adapted to match with her, externally. Tell me now, fairy that you are, you couldn't give me a charm or a filter or something of the sort?
It would be past the power of magic, sir.
Off with you, then. Go and stay your weary little wandering feet at a friend's threshold.
Thank you, Mr. Rochester, for your great kindness to me. I'm strangely glad to be back again. And wherever you are is my home. My only home. A fortnight of dubious calm followed. Nothing was said of the master's marriage. I saw no preparations. Mrs. Fairfax knew nothing. Strangest of all, he never rode over to Ingram Park. Then one morning he summoned me to the drawing room.
Sit down. Now, Jane, Thornfield is a pleasant place, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And you must have become, in some degree, attached to the house?
I am indeed, sir.
And to that foolish little child, Adele. Even to simple Dame Fairfax.
I have an affection for them both, sir.
And would be sorry to part with them?
Yes, sir.
Pity. It's always the way. No sooner you're settled in a pleasant resting place than you must rise and move on.
Must I leave Thornfield, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry, Jane. I believe indeed you must.
I shall be ready when the order comes, sir.
It is come now.
Then you are to be married.
Exactly. Precisely. With your usual acuteness, you have hit the nail straight on the head.
Soon, sir?
Very soon, my Miss Eyre. And you'll remember, the first time I intimated that I intended to take Miss Ingram to my bosom, you said, with that discretion I admire in you, that you and little Adele had better trot forthwith.
I shall seek another situation immediately, sir.
In a month, I hope to be a bridegroom. In the interim, I will myself look out for employment for you.
I'm sorry to put you to any kind of trouble.
No need to apologize. You've done your duty well. You have a sort of claim upon me. Indeed, I had heard of a situation that may suit. The 5 daughters of a Mrs. Dionysius O'Gall in Western Ireland.
Ireland?
Oh, you like Ireland, I think. They're very warm-hearted people there, they say.
But it is so far away.
From what?
Well, from England and from Thornfield.
And?
From you, sir.
We've been good friends, Jane. Have we not?
Yes, sir.
And then we shall sit together in peace tonight. Even if we should be destined never to do so again. It's a long way to Ireland. I'm sorry to send my little friend on such weary travels, but if I cannot do better, how's it to be hoped? Are you anything akin to me, Jane, do you think? Because I have a strange feeling with regard to you. Especially when you're near to me as now. And if that boisterous channel and 200 miles of land come broad between us, I'm afraid some cord of communion will be snapped. Then I shall take to bleeding inwardly. As for you, you'd forget me.
That I never should, sir.
Do you hear the nightingale singing in the wood? Listen.
I wish I'd never been born. I wish I'd never seen Thornfield.
No, because you're sorry to leave it?
I love Thornfield. I love it because in it I've lived a full and delightful life. Not been trampled upon. I've talked face to face with what I reverence, with what I delight in. I've known you, Mr. Rochester. It strikes me with terror and with anguish to be torn away from you forever. I see the necessity of departure, and it is like looking on the necessity of death.
Now, where do you see the necessity?
You have placed it before me. Mr. Ingram, your bride.
My bride? What bride? I have no bride.
You will have.
Yes, I will.
Then I must go.
No, Jane. You must stay. I swear it.
I tell you, I must go. Do you think because I'm poor, obscure, plain and little, I'm soulless and heartless? I have as much soul as you and full as much heart. And if God had blessed me with some beauty and much wealth, I would have made it as hard for you to leave me now as it is for me to leave you. It is my spirit which addresses your spirit. Just as though both had passed through the grave and we stood at God's feet equal. As we are.
As we are. So. So, Jane.
You are a married man, or as good as married.
Married to one inferior to you, whom I do not believe you truly love. I would scorn such a marriage, therefore I am better than you. Let me go.
Jane, don't struggle so like a wild, frantic bird.
I am no bird. I am a free human being with an independent will, and I shall leave you.
It is your will that shall decide your destiny. I offer you my heart, my hand, and a share of all my possessions.
You play a farce with me.
I ask you to pass through life at my side, to be my second self and best earthly companion. Come, Jane. Come hither.
Your bride stands between us.
My bride is here, because my equal is here. And my likeness. Jane, will you marry me? Do you doubt me, Jane?
Entirely.
You have no faith in me?
Not a whit.
Am I a liar in your eyes? What love have I for Miss Ingram? None, and that you know. What love has she for me? I shall never marry that mercenary. You strange, you almost unearthly thing. I love you as my own flesh. I entreat you. Accept me as your husband. Jane, I must have you for my own. Entirely my own. Will you be mine? Accept me. Marry me.
Mr. Rochester, let me look at your face. Are you in earnest? Do you truly love me? Do you sincerely wish me to be your wife?
I do. And if an oath is necessary to satisfy, I swear it.
Then, sir, I will marry you.
Make my happiness. I will make yours. God pardon me, and man meddle not with me. I have her and will hold her.
Edward, there is no one to meddle. I have no kindred to interfere.
No. That's the best of it. Are you happy, Jane?
Yes.
It will atone. It will atone. My love and constancy will expiate. God will judge me kindly. For man's opinion, I defy it.
Edward.
Oh, come and bid me good morning, Jane. Oh, you look blooming and smiling and pretty, truly pretty this morning. Oh. Is this my pale little elf? Is this my mustard seed?
It is Jane Eyre, sir.
Soon to be Jane Rochester. In 4 weeks, Janet, not a day more. You're blushing. What's that for?
Jane Rochester, it seems so strange.
Yes, Mrs. Rochester. Edward Fairfax Rochester's girl bride.
Human beings never enjoy complete happiness in this world. I'm no exception. It's a daydream.
Which I can and will realise. I wrote this morning to my banker in London to send me certain jewels he has in his keeping. I shall pour them into your lap.
No.
I shall hang diamond chains around your neck.
Oh, please do not speak to me as though I were a beauty. I am your plain Quakerish governess.
You are a beauty in my eyes. And I shall make the world acknowledge you a beauty.
And then you won't know me. I shan't be Jane Eyre any longer. I don't speak to you as though you were handsome, though I love you dearly. Too dearly to flatter you. Please, don't flatter me. Please, don't send the letter.
But you must ask me for something else.
Very well. My curiosity is much piqued on one matter.
What? Curiosity is a dangerous petition, Jane.
Why did you go to such pains to make me believe you wished to marry Miss Ingram?
Is that all? Thank God it's no worse. Well, I confess, even though I risk rousing that fiery indignation of yours that I wanted to make you as madly in love with me as I was with you, I tried to arouse your jealousy.
That was a burning shame, sir. Did you not think of Miss Ingram's feelings?
Miss Ingram's feelings were no more than pride and greed. She was glad to be rid of me.
You have a curious, designing mind, Mr. Rochester.
Well, my principles were never trained, Miss Eyre.
I am so astonished. I hardly know what to say to you, Miss Eyre. Have you accepted him?
Yes.
I could never have thought it. He means to marry you?
He tells me so.
Well, it passes me. Well, no doubt it is true, since you say so. There are 20 years of difference in your ages. He might almost be your father.
Oh, no, indeed, Mrs. Fairfax. And no one who saw us together would suspect it for an instant. Mr. Rochester looks as young and is as young as many men at 25.
Is it really only for love he is marrying you? Oh, I'm sorry, I do not wish to grieve you. But you are so young and so little acquainted with men. I wish to put you on your guard.
Against what, Mrs. Fairfax?
In this case, I do fear that there may be something found different to what either you or I expect.
Why? Am I a monster? Is it impossible that Mr. Rochester should have a sincere affection for me?
No, I dare say he is fond of you. But gentlemen in his station are not accustomed to marry their governesses. There have been times when, for your sake, I have been a little uneasy at his marked preference, and have wished to put you on your guard. But I did not like to suggest the possibility of wrong.
Wrong? Mrs. Fairfax, we are marrying.
Last night I cannot tell you what I suffered when I saw you coming in with him at such a late hour.
It is enough that all was right.
I hope all will be right in the end.
What are you doing?
I can tell you, it was not Grace Poole.
It was nothing but a creature of your imagination. Oh, I must be careful of your nerves, my treasure.
Sir, the thing was real.
And your dreams beforehand, were they real? Now, is the hall a ruin? You had another dream, Jane.
And this veil, your special gift to me.
Well, thank God if anything malignant did come near you last night. It was only the veil that was harmed. Oh, think what might have happened.
Oh, but tell me who or what that woman was.
Now, Jane, I'll tell you. It was half dream, half reality. Look, clearly a woman entered your room last night. That woman was Grace Poole. You said yourself she's a strange creature. Now, what did she do to me? To Mason? You were between sleeping and waking. You were feverish, almost delirious after that dream, and you saw her in a goblin shape. Horrible features, quite different to her own. You had a nightmare, Jane. But the spiteful tearing of the veil is real, and it is like her.
Then why do you keep...
You would ask me yet again why I keep such a woman in my house! When we are married a year and a day, I will tell you. Not before. Are you satisfied?
I'll go and finish my packing.
Oh, wait. Doesn't Sophie sleep with Adele in the nursery?
Yes.
You'd better share it with them tonight, Jane.
I would do so gladly.
And lock the door on the inside. Sleep well. No nightmares tonight, dearest. Dream of happiness.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, madam. Would you kindly come up to the communion rails? This is a most happy occasion. Mr. Rochester, I have had the privilege many times...
Shall we proceed, Mr. Wood?
Why, of course. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together. Let him now speak, or else hereafter ever hold his peace. I require and charge you both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment why ye may not lawfully be joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured
I declare the existence of an impediment.
Marriage cannot go on.
Proceed.
I cannot proceed without some inquiry as to what has been said.
I'm in a condition to prove my allegation. An insuperable impediment to this marriage exists.
Please explain, sir.
It consists in the existence of a previous marriage. Mr. Rochester has a wife now living. The marriage cannot go on.
Proceed.
I cannot proceed without some inquiry as to what has been said.
I'm in a condition to prove my allegation. An insuperable impediment to this marriage exists.
Please explain, sir.
It consists in the existence of a previous marriage. Mr. Rochester has a wife now living.
Who are you?
My name is Briggs. I am a solicitor of Gray's Inn, London.
And you would thrust on me a wife?
I affirm and can prove that on the 20th of October, 1820, Edward Fairfax Rochester of Thornfield Hall was married to my sister, Bertha Antoinetta Mason, daughter of Jonas Mason, merchant, and of Antoinetta Mason, his wife, a Creole, at St. Michael's Church, Spanish Town, Jamaica. A record of the marriage will be found in the register of the church. A copy is appended to this statement. Signed, Richard Mason.
That, if a genuine document, may prove I have been married, it does not prove the woman therein mentioned as my wife is still living.
She was living 3 months ago.
How do you know?
I have a witness to the fact, whose testimony even you, sir, will scarcely controvert.
Produce him or go to hell.
Have the goodness to step forward, sir.
What have you to say?
Edward, please understand.
I again demand, what in the devil's name have you to say?
Mr. Rochester, do not forget you are in a sacred place. Sir, Mr. Rochester may have been married, but are you quite sure that his wife is still living?
She is in Thornfield Hall.
Impossible. I've served this parish for many years. I've never heard of a Mrs. Rochester at Thornfield Hall.
No, by God. I took care none should hear of it. Or of her under that name. Wood, close your book. Take off your surplice. John Green, leave the church. There will be no wedding today. Come, all of you. Follow me. How is your charge today?
Oh, tolerable today, sir.
There, gentlemen. There you see my lawful wedded wife. Look at her. Look at her! And this is what I wished to have. This young girl who stands so grave and quiet at the mouth of hell. Bigamy is an ugly word. I meant to be a bigamist. But fate has outmaneuvered me, or Providence checked me.
Amen.
Aye. Amen! Bertha Mason is mad. She comes of a mad family, idiots and maniacs through 3 generations. Her own mother among them. As I found out after I had wed the daughter, for the whole family was silent upon the secret before. Including her brother, my friend, Richard Mason. Hey, Richard! Never fear. I'd soon strike a woman as you. Now judge whether I had a right to break the compact and seek sympathy with a human being. This girl knew no more than you. She thought all was fair and legal. She never dreamt she was going to be trapped into a feigned union with a defrauded wretch. Now judge me. And remember with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. Off with you now. I must attend to my wife.
Madam. Madam, you are of course cleared from all blame. Your uncle, if indeed he should still be living, will be glad to hear of it.
My uncle? What do you know of my uncle?
Mr. John Eyre, with whom you lately and for the first time entered into communication. You wrote to him of your intended union with Mr. Rochester.
What of it? How do you know Mr. Eyre?
Mr. Mason is acquainted with Mr. Eyre and happened to stop off at Madeira to recruit his health. He called on him and Mr. Eyre spoke of you and your forthcoming marriage to a Mr. Rochester of Thornfield. Mr. Mason, in great distress, revealed the true state of matters. You know your uncle is confined to a sick bed.
No, he never wrote of it.
Alas, he is unlikely ever to rise from it. He was much alarmed and implored Mr. Mason to hasten back to England to save you from the snare into which you had fallen, referring him to me for assistance. I am thankful that I was not too late, as doubtless you must be also.
That is all, sir.
I am certain your uncle will be dead before you could go to him at Madeira. I think you'd better remain in England until you hear from Mr. Eyre. Or from me.
Thank you.
So you come out at last. I've been waiting for you long enough. So you shun me. You shut yourself up and grieve alone. And rather you'd upbraided me with vehemence. You're passionate. I expected a scene. I was prepared for the hot rain of tears. But I wanted them on my breast. I was wrong. You've not wept at all. Well, Jane? Not a word of reproach? Nothing bitter? Nothing poignant? Oh, Jane. I never meant to wound you thus. Would you forgive me? You know I'm a scoundrel, Jane.
Yes, sir.
Then tell me so roundly and sharply.
I'm tired and sick. I need some water.
How are you now, Jane?
Much better.
I'll taste the wine again. You won't kiss the husband of Bertha Mason?
No.
You say nothing. You're thinking how to act. I know you. I'm on my guard.
I do not wish to act against you.
You will say this man nearly made me his mistress. I must be ice and rock to him.
All is changed. I must change too. There's only one way. Adele must have a new governess.
Oh, Adele will go to school. I've arranged that already. And you, Jane, you shall not stay in this accursed place, this stone hell with its imprisoned fiend.
How can you speak so of her? She cannot help being mad.
Oh, Jane, my little darling. So I will call you, for so you are. You misjudge me. It's not because she's mad that I hate her. Look, I have a place to retire to. A secure retreat. Tomorrow we shall go.
We?
We. Together. You are to accompany me, Jane. Oh, now for the hitch in Jane's character. Now for vexation, exasperation, endless trouble. Jane, will you hear reason?
Sit down and we'll listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not angry, my darling. I only love you too well. Your little face was so steely. It drove me mad. I couldn't endure it. Hush now. Hush. Oh, my dear. Oh, Jane. Jane. You don't love me, then? It was only my rank, my station that you valued? Now that you think me disqualified to be your husband, you shrink back like I was some toad or ape.
I do love you. More than ever. But this must be the last time I say it.
The last time?
Mr. Rochester, I must leave you.
Leave?
for the rest of my life.
Jane, you shall be my wife! Do not call me married! You shall be Mrs. Rochester! Oh, I will keep to you only so long as you and I live. Oh, Jane, why'd you shake your head?
Sir, your wife is still living.
Do not call me married! Oh, Jane, let me explain, please. Please, Jane, come, let me explain. Trust me. Come. Come, sit down. Sit. You know I broke with my father and elder brother.
Mrs. Fairfax told me something of the matter.
Oh, they are both dead. I have the estate now. But they begrudged me a farthing when I was young. They sent me out to Jamaica, and unknown to me, arranged my marriage to this woman. She was handsome then. I was young, raw, inexperienced. I seldom saw her and had little private conversation with her. She flattered me. I was dazzled. I thought I loved her. A marriage was achieved almost before I knew where I was. Then she revealed herself. Drunken, foul-mouthed, unchaste. Disgusting. Disgusting. I never loved. I never esteemed. I didn't even know her. That was my marriage. I could not rid myself of it by any legal means, for the doctors by now had discovered that my wife was mad. I've looked after her as well as I can, God help me.
I pity you.
I was wrong to deceive you. But I feared the stubbornness in your nature. I wanted to have you safe before hazarding the truth. This was cowardly. I should have appealed to your noble and generous heart from the first, pledged my fidelity, then asked for yours, as I do now. Jane, give it me now. Why are you silent, Jane? You understand what I want of you, just this promise to be mine.
I cannot be yours.
Jane, do you mean to go one way in the world and leave me to go another?
I do.
Do you mean it now?
I do.
And now?
I do.
Oh, Jane, this is bitter. It is wicked.
It would be wicked to obey you.
But think of my life when you are gone. All happiness would be torn away with me. What shall I do, Jane? Where turn for a companion? Where turn for hope?
Do as I do. Look to God in yourself.
Is it better to drive a fellow creature, a fellow human being to despair than to transgress a mere human law? No man being injured in the breach. Oh, never was anything at once so frail and yet so indomitable. A mere reed she feels in my hand. Oh, come to me, Jane. Come to me. You're going.
Yes.
You will not be my comforter, my rescuer.
I'm going.
Oh, Jane, my hope, my love, My life!
Bless you. God keep you from harm and wrong. And reward you for your kindness to me.
Your love would have been my best reward. Without it, my heart is broken.
Please, please do not follow me.
But you will give me your love. You will. You will!
Where are you going?
Oh, Blossom.
Where is that?
It's a fair long way.
How much must I pay to go there?
30 shillings.
I have only 20.
That'll take you to Whitcross.
Thank you.
Get in. Go on. Whitcross.
I had left my parcel on the coach, and I had no money. I was destitute.
And what may you be wanting, miss?
I'm very tired. May I please sit down for a moment? Can you tell me, please, is there any dressmaker or plain needleworker in the village?
Aye. Quite as many as there's work for.
Do you know of any place where a servant is wanted?
Nay, I couldn't say.
Is there any other work?
Only for men in the farms and in Mr. Oliver's foundry.
What do the women do?
I know not. Some does one thing, some another. Poor folk must get on as best they can.
Good morning, Mrs. Drake.
Ah, Miss Welling. I know what it is you want, don't I?
Two nice fresh rolls, as usual. We love 'em for our tea.
Fresh from Dalton.
They do smell delicious. Good morning, Mrs. Drake.
Thank you, Mum.
Please, would you give me a roll for this handkerchief?
Nay, I don't sell stuff in that way.
Half a roll or a stale bun?
How do I know where you got that handkerchief?
Will you take my gloves?
What could I do with 'em? And I doubt if they're honestly come by either.
They are mine.
You take yourself off, young woman. I can't afford to feed vagrants.
Good afternoon. Is this the parsonage?
Aye.
Is the clergyman in?
Nay.
Will he be home soon?
Nay, his father's died and he'll most likely be away a fortnight, or even more.
Is there a lady of the house?
Yeah, I keep house here, and I've note for charity.
Thank you. Excuse me for disturbing you. But is a servant wanted here, please?
Please, give me that food.
Mother, there's a beggar woman here who wants me to give her my porridge.
Well, lass, give it to her if pigs don't want it.
Tell me what you want to say. I want a nice shelter in an outhouse anywhere. And a crust of bread.
I'll give you some bread, but we can't take it and take it.
Where shall I go if you turn me away?
Here's a penny. Now go.
Oh, please, I can go no further. The door, close the door, please, don't.
Don't pushing. The rain's coming in.
Oh.
You're not what you want to be. You've got that house breaking with you for all I know.
What is it, Hannah? Who is
Some
she?
beggar woman.
Hannah! Open quickly!
Oh, Mr. St. John, your sisters were quite uneasy about you. That beggar woman tried to force her way in. Be off with you, for shame.
Hannah, I have a word to say to the woman. You have done your duty in excluding. Now let me do mine. This is a strange case and one I must look into.
Here, sit down. Hannah, perhaps some water. No, some milk and a little bread. Fetch some. Oh, she's worn almost to nothing.
Not too much at first. She is too unwell. What is your name?
My name is Jane. Jane
Elliot.
And where do you live? Where are your friends? Can we send for anyone you know? What account can you give of yourself?
So I can tell you nothing tonight.
What then do you wish me to do for you?
Nothing.
You mean you want nothing more of us than that we may dismiss you to the moor in the rainy night?
I trust you. You would not do that to a stray dog tonight. Do with me as you wish. But please excuse me from talking. My breath is short and I feel a spasm when I speak.
Do try to eat.
Just try.
Mary, Diana, let us go to the parlour. Hannah, attend her. Come.
Come along.
I'm to go.
Yes. Straight upstairs, out of those wet clothes and into a good warm bed. Diana's up there now lighting a fire. Here, let me help you. Hannah, bring up some hot water bottles.
It is needless to send for a doctor. It is only the effect of excessive and prolonged fatigue. I am, however, certain there is no disease.
Heaven be thanked.
As soon as she can take sufficient nourishment, she will regain her strength. She has rather an unusual face, but I see no sign of vulgarity or degradation.
The very opposite. To speak the truth, St. John, my heart rather warms to the poor little soul. I wish we could help her permanently.
It is hardly likely. You'll find probably she is a young lady who has had a misunderstanding with her friends and injudiciously left them. We may perhaps restore her to them, if she is not obstinate. She looks sensible. It is strange. The grace and harmony of beauty are quite wanting in her features. She is not at all handsome.
She is so ill, St. John.
Let her sleep. Come.
Willst du die anderen verstehen? Blick in dein eigenes Herz. It means, wouldst thou understand others? Look in thine own heart.
So true.
Drink your milk, miss. Still on with that German. What good does it do you?
Mary and I mean to teach it. That way we can make more money than we do now.
Very like. But give over. You've done enough.
Yes. And I think Jane can sleep now. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Oh, at least you're eating and drinking better. Can you sit up?
Oh, only just. How long have I been here?
You've not been out of this bed for 3 days, and tonight makes 4 nights.
I would get up if I had the strength. And I have nothing to wear. My clothes are ruined.
One thing at a time. Lie back now and sleep like Miss Diana told you. Wish I could get to my bed when I fancy.
Good morning, Hannah.
Oh, you got up then? You look a sight better, I must say. Sit you down in my chair. Did you ever go begging before you came here?
I'm no beggar, any more than you or your young ladies.
I do not understand that. You got like no house and no brass, I guess.
It does not make me a beggar.
Are you book learned?
Yes. I was at a boarding school for 8 years.
Whatever can you keep yourself for then?
I have done so, and I hope I will again in the future. What are you going to do with those apples?
Make them into pies.
Give them to me and I'll peel them for you.
Very well. Here, put this on your lap or you'll muck your dress.
Thank you.
You have not been used to servant's work, I see by your hands.
Never mind what I have been. What is the name of this house?
They call it Moor House.
Mr. St. John lives here?
Nay, he doesn't live here. And it's Mr. St. John Rivers. There's a parson at Morton a few miles off, with a home of his own.
And it is his father's residence?
It was. Old Mr. Rivers died 3 weeks in of a stroke. That's why Mr. St. John and Miss Diana and Miss Mary are all here.
The young ladies do not live here either?
Oh, they work in London as governesses. Their mother's been dead many a year. And old Mr. Rivers, he lost a great deal of money by a man he had trusted turning bankrupt. They love this old house, though. And the moors round about. They come whenever they can.
And you? Have you lived with the family long?
I've been here 30 years. I nursed them all 3.
That proves you must have been a faithful and honest servant. I will say so, even though you were uncivil enough to call me a beggar.
There's so many cheats about, you must forgive me. You mustn't be too hard on me. You look a right down decent little creature.
That'll do. Shake hands.
Oh, you lass. I know you want to talk, but you've got the look of a lady. Someone must be worrying about you.
Yes. It hurts me so I cannot bear to think about it. I dare not communicate. I dare not.
The more you eat, the better.
I've never eaten so much.
You are hungry.
I trust I will not eat long at your expense, sir.
No. When you have told us where your friends are, we can write to them, and you may be restored to home.
I must be plain, sir. That is beyond my power. I am without home or friends.
A most singular position. You wear no ring. You are a spinster.
My St. John, she cannot be above 17 years of age.
I'm near 19. No, I'm not married.
You're too inquisitive, St. John.
I cannot help you if I know nothing about you.
I want only to be put in the way of some work I can do, to earn the bare necessaries of life.
I will aid you in that to the best of my powers, but I
don't make her talk any more, St. John. One can see that she's not yet fit for excitement. Come and sit here, Miss Elliot.
You said your name was Jane Elliot.
Yes. It is not my real name. It is what I think it best to be called at present.
Your real name you will not give.
No. I fear discovery above all things.
You are quite right, I'm sure. Oh, let her be at peace, St. John.
You wish to remain independent. My sisters would love to keep you, but in a month or so they will return to their duties in the south. I shall return to my parish and take Hannah with me. This house will be shut up. I shall endeavor to enable you to keep yourself.
I'll do anything, even the humblest task.
If such is your spirit, I promise to aid you in my own time and way.
Even away from his parish, St. John will go out visiting the sick and the poor.
He lives only for his vocation, Jane.
Ah, here he comes at last.
Excuse me.
Come in. You have a question to ask of me?
If I may. I'm anxious to know whether you have heard of any service I can undertake.
I found something for you 3 weeks ago, but you seemed so useful and happy, and my sisters are very attached to you. I thought I would not speak until the time came for us to leave Moor House.
But that is in only 3 days' time.
Yes.
What is the engagement you have in view, Mr. Rivers?
Morton, when I came to it 2 years ago, had no school. The children of the poor had no hope of progress. I have since established a boys' school, and I now mean to open one for girls. The teacher's salary will be £30 a year. She will have a small cottage and some attendance from a needy child. The funds are provided by Miss Oliver. Will you be this teacher?
Thank you, Mr. Rivers. I accept with all my heart.
But you comprehend me. It is a village school. The scholars will only be poor girls, farm children at most. What will you do with your mind, accomplishments, sentiments, tastes?
They will keep until they're needed.
You know what you undertake, then?
I do. I will open the school next week, if you like.
Very well. So be it.
And I'm to start in 3 days' time.
Oh, Jane, it is a great sacrifice you make.
Our Uncle John is dead.
And what then?
What then, Di? Why, nothing. Read.
Amen. We may at least live. We shall be no worse off than we were before.
It does force upon the mind what might have been. Too vivid a contrast with what is.
Oh, Jane, you must wonder at us and our mysteries. We may seem hard-hearted over the death of an uncle, but we've never seen him. It was by his advice that my father lost most of his money. They quarrelled, and my Uncle John later prospered and became rich. He never married, and my father always cherished the belief that he would atone for his error by leaving his possessions to us. This letter informs us that every penny has gone to another relation, with the exception of 30 guineas to purchase 3 mourning rings for St. John, Mary and me.
We would have thought ourselves rich with £1,000 each. St. John would have done such a lot of good with some money.
But come, my dears. Let us be cheerful before our parting.
Good day, Miss Elliot.
Good day, Mr. Rivers. Please, won't you come in?
Have you found your first day's work harder than you expected?
Oh, no, on the contrary. May I make you some tea?
No, I have only brought you a little parcel my sister's left for you. Some colour box, pencils and paper, I think.
Thank you. How good of them.
But perhaps your accommodation is not
all I see has made me thankful.
Good. Miss Elliot, I counsel you very firmly to resist every temptation to look back.
Why do you say that?
I see something in your eyes. It is a restlessness. You will not stay long at Morton.
Why? I'm not ambitious.
No? I know I am. What made you use the word?
I was speaking of myself.
You are, forgive the word, impassioned. It is hard to control the workings of inclination. I know from experience, but it may be done. A year ago, I was intensely miserable. The dull duties of the ministry wearied me to death. I longed for excitement, for some distinguished career. But after much darkness and struggling, light broke upon me. I have resolved to be a missionary. I have vowed within a year to leave Europe for the East. Allow me.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rivers.
Good evening.
Papa told me that the new mistress was come, and I ran up the valley to see her. This is she. Do you think you will like Morton?
Oh, I hope so. You're Miss Oliver?
Indeed I am. Do you like your house?
Greatly. And I thank you for all you've done to provide for me.
I shall come up to help you sometimes. Mr. Rivers, I have been so gay of late. I was dancing till 2 o'clock this morning. You're quite a stranger at the Hall. Will you return with me and visit Papa?
It is not a seasonable hour to intrude on Mr. Oliver.
Oh, I declare it is. Why are you so very shy and sombre? Oh, I'm so thoughtless. You are sad after parting with your sisters. Do come. We will be company for you.
Not tonight.
Well, if you're so obstinate, I must leave you. I dare not stay, for the dew begins to fall. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Briggs, you were kind enough to concern yourself in the affairs of myself and Miss Eyre but a few days since.
Sir.
I know you were only doing your duty.
I was, Mr. Rochester. But why do you summon me back here so soon, and so imperatively?
Miss Eyre has disappeared.
I'm hardly surprised.
Hear me out, man. I need help. The kind for which a local lawyer is not fitted. I need a London man.
What would you wish me to do, Mr. Rochester?
You have brother lawyers in every town. Write to them. Advertise. There are discreet agents to trace people, are there not? Engage them. Spare no expense.
If I do find her, she may not wish her whereabouts to be revealed.
I do not mean to hound her. I shall leave her in peace if I can. But I must know that she does not want. That she is well. That she is cared for. That she is safe. I cannot live fearing for her. I must know she dwells securely upon this same earth as myself. Oh, find her, Mr. Briggs. Find her.
Good day, Miss Elliot.
Mr. Rivers.
I've come to see how you spend your free afternoon.
Is the portrait like?
Like? Like whom? I did not observe it closely.
Oh, but you did, Mr. Rivers.
It is a well-executed picture.
Of?
Of Miss Oliver, I presume.
And would you like me to paint your copy?
That I should like it is certain. Whether it would be wise is another question.
As far as I can see, it would be wiser if you were to take to yourself the original at once. She likes you, I'm sure. You ought to marry her.
It is strange. Though I love Rosamond with all the intensity of a first passion, I experience at the same time a calm, unwarped sense that she is not the partner suited to me.
Strange indeed.
Rosamond a sufferer, a laborer, a female apostle, a missionary's wife? No.
But you might not be a missionary. You might relinquish the scheme.
Relinquish my vocation? My foundation on earth for a mansion in heaven? Never. It is dearer than the blood in my veins.
And Miss Oliver? Are her disappointment and sorrow of no interest to you?
She is surrounded by suitors. She will forget me in a month and marry someone far more suited to make her happy.
Oh, you speak coolly, but you suffer in the conflict.
You are certainly not timid. I scorn the suffering. It is a mere fever of the flesh. Reason and not feeling is my guide. I honor endurance, industry, talent. Your own progress I watch with interest because I consider you a diligent, orderly, energetic woman. It is not because I sympathize with what you have gone through or what you still suffer. I am, in my original state, a cold, hard, ambitious man. It is true. My religion has turned the original materials to the best account, but she could not eradicate nature. She is beautiful. She is well named the Rose of the World.
And may I not paint a copy for you?
Cui bono? No. Good day, Miss Elliot.
Good day, Mr. Rivers.
together in our own home for Christmas.
The place shines like a new pin. The young lady came back with me a week ago when the school closed, and I must say she's worked as hard as me.
Oh, bless you, Jane. I hope this means you regard it as your own home.
I, too. One's family is one's most precious earthly possession. Jane, I must speak with you. Jane, come and sit by me. You may remember a letter I had recently concerning my Uncle John's will.
Yes.
It was from his London solicitor, a Mr. Briggs.
I know Mr. Briggs. And you know my name.
I plead guilty. Forgive me. Briggs wrote again later. Your name was mentioned.
Why?
I will tell you in a moment. But in consequence, I have learned what befell you from the day you went as the governess to the ward of a certain Mr. Rochester. I can guess your feelings, but restrain them for a while. I know he offered you a bigamous marriage, that you fled, and that you are absolutely innocent of blame.
How and where is he? What is he doing? Is he well?
I'm ignorant of all concerning Mr. Rochester. He caused the country to be scoured for you, and when all searches and inquiries proved fruitless, he disappeared. It is generally believed that he has gone abroad.
Oh, what'll become of him?
Surely you are the last to care. Briggs wrote to Thornfield Hall. He was paid and has heard nothing since, except from a Mrs. Fairfax giving no information. Of Mr. Rochester.
You don't know him. Don't pronounce an opinion on him.
Very well. Your uncle having died, Mr. Briggs could not trace the heiress.
Where is Mr. Briggs now? He may perhaps know more of Mr. Rochester than you do.
Briggs is in London. I should doubt his knowing anything at all about Mr. Rochester. It is not in Mr. Rochester that he is interested. You forget essential points in pursuing trifles. You do not inquire why Briggs has sought after you, what his interest was in you.
Well, what did he want?
Merely to inform you that your uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, has died, that he has left you all his property, and that you are rich, an heiress.
An heiress?
Your uncle left you £20,000. I shall leave you for a while.
No, wait. Mr. Rivers, when first Mr. Briggs wrote to you, you were disinherited in favor of another relative.
You shall have to know it sometime. You may as well know now as later. Your name is Jane Eyre. You may well not know that I was christened St. John Eyre Rivers. My mother's name was Eyre. One brother was Uncle John, who died in Madeira and left this money. The other brother was a poor clergyman who died, as his wife did, many years ago. I know your whole story.
Then your mother is my father's sister.
Undeniably.
We are cousins.
Yes, we are cousins.
Oh, I'm glad.
You are an odd girl. You remained quite serious when I told you had got a fortune. And now, for a matter of no moment, you are excited.
It may be of no moment to you. You have sisters. I had nobody. And now I have 3 relatives. Oh, I'm glad. But now you've given me too much to take in. I must be alone. Think. Please stay. I'll go to my room. Oh, we'll have so much to talk about.
My dear, if I comprehend you, this is impossible.
What is there to comprehend? There is £20,000. We have 4 cousins. We have each an equal right. Divided equally, we each have £5,000. It is as much as any of us needs, and it is perfectly possible.
It is too noble a sacrifice, Jane.
Noble? Mary, dear, it is selfish. I am resolved to have a home and family. I like Moor House. I will live at Moor House. I like Mary and Diana, and I will attach myself for life to Mary and Diana.
Jane.
To have £5,000 would please me. To have £20,000 would torment and oppress me.
It is contrary to all custom. The entire fortune is your right.
St.
My
John.
uncle was free to leave the money to whom he would. He left it to you.
Were you to argue, object, and annoy me for a year, I could not forego this delicious pleasure.
Jane, you cannot imagine what an important lady you will be with £20,000. Society will be open to you.
My society is here. I never had a home. I will have a home. I never had brothers and sisters, and I must and will have them now.
We cannot take advantage.
Say again, you'll be my brother.
I will be your brother.
No buts. I will stay at the school till we find a new teacher, and then I will return here to my family. Say what you will, my purpose is fixed. I shall write to the lawyers tonight, and will you nill you, it is done.
How quickly the winter went by, and how wonderful to be spending the summer together. St. John, are your plans unchanged?
Unchanged and unchangeable.
And Rosamond Oliver?
Is about to be married to a rich and well-descended young man, a Mr. Granby.
Oh dear.
You see, Jane, the battle is fought and the victory is won. My way is now clear. I thank God for it. You get on well with your German.
Diana teaches well.
Jane, I should like you to take a walk with me.
I'll fetch Diana and Mary.
No, I wish for only one companion this morning, and that must be you.
We shall rest here a while, Jane. I go to India in 6 weeks, Jane. I have taken my berth on an East Indiaman.
God will protect you. You have undertaken his work.
Yes. I am the servant of an infallible master. And it seems strange to me that all around me do not burn to enlist under the same banner.
All have not your powers. It would be folly for the feeble to march with the strong.
I am thinking only of those who are worthy of the work and are competent to do it.
They must be few in number.
Truly. But when found, it is right to offer them direct from God a place in the ranks of his chosen.
If they're really meant for the task, will not their own hearts tell them so?
What does your heart say?
My heart? My heart is mute.
Then I must speak for it. Jane, come with me to India. Come as my helpmeet and fellow laborer.
Oh, St. John, have some mercy.
God and nature meant you for a missionary's wife. You are formed for labor, not for love. I claim you, not for my pleasure, but for my sovereign service.
I do not understand a missionary's life.
There I can give you all the aid you need.
I'm not fit for the task. I have no vocation. Nothing speaks or stirs within me when you talk.
Jane, you are docile, disinterested, faithful and courageous, very gentle and very heroic. Cease to mistrust yourself. I can trust you unreservedly.
You must give me some time to think.
Very willingly.
In leaving England, I should leave a loved but empty land. Mr. Rochester was no longer there. And even if he were, what could that ever be to me? Consent to St. John's demand was possible, but for one item. One dreadful item. He had asked me to be his wife, when he had no more of a husband's heart for me than that frowning giant of a rock down which the stream was flowing.
I'm ready to go with you to India, if I can go free.
Your answer is not clear.
I'm willing to go as your fellow missionary, but I cannot marry you.
How can I, a man not yet 30, take with me a girl of 19 unless she be married to me? I want a wife, a sole helpmeet I can influence in life and claim obedience from and retain absolutely until death.
I will give the missionary my work, but not myself.
Do you think God would be satisfied with half an offering?
Oh, I will give my heart to God. You do not want it.
We must be married. Enough of love would follow upon marriage.
I scorn your idea of love. I scorn the counterfeit sentiment. Yes, St. John, and I scorn you when you offer it. Forgive me, you stung me to speak unguardedly.
I shall urge you no further at present. Tomorrow I leave for Cambridge to say goodbye to old friends. I shall be absent a fortnight. Take that time to consider my offer. If you reject it, it is not me you deny, but God.
Dear brother, we've almost quarrelled. Come, let us shake hands. You do forgive me?
I have nothing to forgive, not having been offended.
Good morning. I've called to see Miss Jane Eyre.
She's expecting you, sir. Come in.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Eyre. I'm sorry to have troubled you, but if I'm to sell off the remainder of the estate, I must have your authority.
Thank you for coming so far, Mr. Briggs.
Oh.
And Mr. Rochester, is he well?
I have no information whatever about him.
I've written twice to Mrs. Fairfax and have had no reply from my letters.
I believe she has left Thornfield. Miss Eyre, you know I made an extensive search for you on Mr. Rochester's behalf.
Yes.
It is an irony that I only found you after he had vanished to heaven knows where. He may return to Thornfield at any time. Would you wish me to write and tell him that I found him?
No, Mr. Briggs, that must not be.
I asked because you say you yourself wrote.
Only to Mrs. Fairfax, and in vain. It was but for news of him. He's so wild and such a danger to himself. If he knew where I was. No, please, Mr. Briggs, no.
Miss Eyre.
I'm well.
I shall obey your instructions. Goodbye, Miss Eyre.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you.
I am unhappy because you are still angry with me. Let us be friends.
I hope that we are friends.
Not as we were.
Are we not? For my part, we are. I wish you no ill and all good.
Must we part in this way? When you go to India, will you leave me so? Without a kinder word than you have yet spoken.
And when I go to India, Jane, will I leave you? Do you not go to India?
You said I might not go unless I married you.
And you will not marry me. You adhere to that resolution.
No, St. John. I will not marry you. I adhere to my resolution.
Once again, this refusal. Why?
You do not love me. You said I was formed for labor, not for love. Then I am not formed for marriage. If I were to marry you, you would kill me. You're killing me now.
I am killing you. You should not use those words. They are violent, unfeminine, and untrue. But it is the duty of man to forgive, even unto 77 times.
Now indeed you hate me. You misinterpret me. I have no wish to grieve or pain you. Indeed I have not.
I know where your heart turns. It turns towards Mr. Rochester. That is lawless. Do you intend to seek him?
I wish only to know what has become of him.
So be it. It remains then for me to remember you in my prayers.
Anna.
This evening I shall read to you from Revelations, chapters 20 and 21. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. And this is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
find that so moving.
Could you not think again? Could you not decide now?
I could decide. I was sure it were God's will that I should marry you. I could vow to marry you here and now, come after what may.
My prayers are answered.
Jane. Jane. Jane.
Oh, God, what is it?
Jane.
Jane.
Oh, I'm coming. Wait for me. I'm coming. My love, wait for me. I'm coming. Where are you? Where are you?
What has come upon you? You are possessed.
Leave me alone. Leave me.
You said I saved your life. Will you not even speak with me? Jane, I must... Where are you going?
Where I must.
You left me too suddenly. Had you stayed but a little longer, you were about to lay your hand on the Christian's cross and the Christian's crown.
I am sorry.
Your spirit is willing, but your flesh is weak. The devil has been at work here.
No devil, St. John, that is superstition. It was nature. She was roused and did no miracle but her best.
You are still upset. You speak in riddles. I shall not argue with you now. But know that my spirit is willing to do what is right. And my flesh, I hope, is strong enough too. I must accomplish the will of heaven, to search and dispel this cloud of doubt that has confused you.
I'm in no doubt, St. John. But there is something I have to find out. Something I must do.
It is in God's hands.
Going on a journey? So suddenly, Jane? Without warning? Oh, forgive me, my dears. I'm called away suddenly. I shall be away about 4 days, perhaps more.
But you're coming back to us. Why you're taking on was nothing.
You're going alone? Yes, it is to see or hear news of a friend about whom I've been uneasy for some time.
Oh, Jane, you look very pale. Are you sure you feel well enough to travel?
Nothing ails me but anxiety of mind, which I hope my journey will dispel. Oh, Diane, I cannot tell you any more of the matter, not now. I'm sorry, forgive me.
This is your home, Jane. You're free to come and go as you please.
To go and come back, you mean? Oh, Jane, come back to us soon, please.
My master might be abroad for all I knew. And if he were at Thornfield Hall with his poor lunatic wife, I dared not seek his presence or speak to him. I decided to ask at the inn. They would be able to tell me all I sought to know.
Good day to you, ma'am. I see you get down from the coach. Do you wish for a room?
Yes. No. How far is Thornfield Hall from here?
Just 2 miles across the fields yonder. I'm going there soon in the chaise, if you'd like me to take you.
Thank you. I must go immediately. Please, could you look after my box?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that the lady from the coach?
I'm here. What has happened? What are you doing here?
You was in such a rare state, ma'am. I was worried about you. I was coming this way, so I thought I'd take a look at the poor old hall. I thought you might like me to take you back to the inn. It is sad, ma'am, isn't it? I used to live here once as butler.
Not in my time. You're a stranger to me.
And you to me, miss. No, it was in the late Mr. Rochester's time.
The late? Is he dead?
I mean the present Mr. Rochester's father. You must have been away from these parts, ma'am, or you would have heard what happened last autumn. Oh, it was a dreadful calamity, ma'am. Everything gone, everything burned. Before the engines could arrive from Millcourt, the whole building was one mass of flames. I witnessed it myself.
Is it known how it started?
Oh, they guessed, ma'am. They guessed. And the servants had a tale to tell. You are perhaps not aware, ma'am, that there was a lady, a lunatic, kept in the house.
I have heard something of it.
Well, a very queer thing happened a year since. A very queer thing. This lady, ma'am, turned out to be Mr. Rochester's wife. And there was a young lady, a governess at the hall, that Mr. Edward fell in love with.
Never mind that, please. Tell me about the fire.
Very well, ma'am. Well, it seems that upstairs in the lunatic's room, while her keeper was asleep, minute she lay smashed on the pavement, as dead as the stones on which her brains and blood lay. It was frightful.
Oh, good God. Were any other lives lost?
No, ma'am. Though perhaps it would have been better if there had.
What do you mean?
Well, poor Mr. Edward. Some said it was a judgment for trying to marry that poor girl.
You said he was alive.
Aye. if you can call it alive, is stone blind.
Blind?
Well, after Mrs. Rochester died, he was coming down, but there was a crash and he was taken out of the ruins. He was only just alive. Mr. Carter had to amputate one hand and one eye was lost, and the other so badly inflamed Mr. Rochester cannot see. He's a blind cripple.
Where is he now?
With old John and his wife at Ferndean, a house he has some 30 miles off. He's very broken down, they say.
You came in your chaise.
Yes, ma'am.
Please take me to Ferndean. I will pay you well at once. Please, at once.
Yes, ma'am.
But he won't let folk help him, ever.
Mariah, how are you? And John, how are you? Well, not a word of welcome from either of you. I'm not a ghost, you know.
Miss Eyre?
Is it really you, miss? Come to this lonely place at this late hour.
It is secluded, isn't it?
He wishes to live away from the world, miss.
Took me hours in the chaise. I've come from Thornfield. I know what happened there.
Aye, terrible it was.
I've sent the chaise away. I'm sure you can find me a room for the night.
There's none but that dusty old room upstairs.
You can get up there with a broom, John, and light a fire. And I can make sure that Miss Eyre has dry sheets and a warm bed for the night. That's Master.
When you go into your master, tell him there is someone who wishes to see him. But do not give him my name.
I don't think he'll see you, miss. He refuses everybody.
John, I left my box under the tree by the gate. Could you fetch it for me, please? It begins to grow dark. And take it to my room.
Aye, you haven't forgotten who does the fetching and carrying, I see, miss.
Thank you, John.
You're to send in your name and business.
Is this what he rang for?
Aye. He always has candles brought in at dark, though he's blind.
I will take it into him.
Oh, Lord, what will he say to me? It's the room at the end of the corridor, miss.
Give me the water, Mariah. What's the matter?
Down, pilot.
This is you, Mariah, is it not?
Mariah's in the kitchen.
Who is this? Who is this? Who speaks?
Will you take some more water, sir? I spilled half of what was in the glass.
Who is it?
Pilot knows me. John and Mariah know I'm here.
Arrived only this evening.
What delusion has come over me? What sweet madness has seized me?
No delusion, no madness.
Let me touch you. Her very fingers. The small, slight fingers. Is it you, Jane? What is it? This is her shape.
And this her voice. She is all here, her heart too.
Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre.
I am come back to you.
Such dreams I've had at night when I've clasped her to my heart as I do now and kissed her. And felt that she loved me. And trusted she would never leave me.
Which I never will do from this day.
Never. But I always woke and found it an empty mockery. Gentle, sweet dream. You will fly too.
Does this feel like a mockery? Do you call this a dream?
It is you, is it, Jane? You are come back to me, then.
I am.
Don't lie dead in some ditch.
Oh, shh.
You're not a despised outcast among strangers.
I'm an independent woman now. An uncle in Madeira died and left me £5,000.
What, Janet? You're an independent woman. A rich woman. A free woman.
Quite rich. Enough to build a house close by, where you can come and sit in my parlour when you need company of an evening.
Ah, you're rich, Jane. You have now, no doubt, friends who will not suffer you to devote yourself to a lame, blind wreck.
I am my own mistress, sir.
And you will stay.
Certainly. I will be your neighbour, your nurse, your housekeeper. If I find you lonely, I will be your companion. I will read to you, walk with you, sit with you, wait on you, be eyes and hand to you. You will not be left desolate by me.
This is pity, not love.
No.
Leave me.
No.
Leave me! I beg you.
He was ever that way. I remember the time Mrs. Fairfax...
Anaya? Anaya!
Yes, sir?
Our visitor cannot have left. Where is she?
Oh, she's somewhere in the house, sir.
I'll find her. Bring her to me.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Still here.
Jane. You must not go. I've touched you, felt you, heard you. I cannot give up these joys. The world may think me selfish, but no matter.
Very well, sir. 'Tis settled.
Yes. But you understand one thing by staying, and I understand another.
What do you say is my understanding, sir?
You mean to wait on me like a kind little nurse? You were ever kind. I suppose I must now entertain fatherly feelings for you. Don't you think so? Come, tell me.
I shall think, sir, what you like.
Well, you cannot always be my nurse, Janet. You're young. You must marry someday.
I don't care about being
You
married.
should care! If I were what I once was, I would try to make you care.
It is time someone undertook to rehumanize you, sir. Have your pocket comb about you?
What for?
Come, give it to me. That is better. Your shaggy black mane is very alarming.
And this?
It is a pity to see it. A pity to see your eyes. Scar on your forehead. Do you take supper, sir?
I don't want any supper. I never take supper.
Well, you shall have some tonight. You're hungry, I'm sure. Yeah, that's better. Can you tell when there's a good fire?
With the right eye, I can see a glow.
Can you see the candles?
Very dimly. Each is a luminous blur.
Can you see me?
No, my fairy. But I can hear you and touch you. Jane, I thought you'd be revolted by me.
Did you?
Am I hideous, Jane?
Yes, sir. You always were, you know.
The wickedness hasn't been taken out of you, whatever you've sojourned.
I've been with far better people than you, sir. Quite more refined and exalted.
Well, who the deuce have you been with?
You will not get it out of me tonight. You are far too tired. I will tell you tomorrow.
A wicked changeling. Fairy born, yet human bred.
Now I'm going to leave you. I've been traveling these last 3 days, and I too am tired. Good night, sir.
Jane, were there only ladies where you've been?
Good night, sir.
This St. John Rivers, then. He's your cousin?
Yes, sir.
Did you like him, Jane?
St. John is a very good man. I could not help but like him.
Is he an able man?
Truly able, sir.
A thoroughly educated man?
St. John is an accomplished and profound scholar, sir.
His manners, I think you said they were not to your taste. Priggish and parsonic.
I never mentioned his manners. But they're polished, calm, and gentlemanlike.
Hmm. His, appearance, I forget how you described his appearance. A raw curate, half strangled in a white neckcloth, hmm?
St. John dresses well. He is a very handsome man. Tall, blonde, blue-eyed, and with a Grecian profile.
Damn him. Did you like him, Jane?
Oh, yes, I liked him, sir. But you've asked me that before.
Perhaps you would rather not sit beside me any longer, Miss Eyre.
Why not, Mr. Rochester?
The contrast between a tall, graceful, fair-haired Apollo and a Vulcan. Black, broad-shouldered and blind into the bargain.
I never thought of it before. But you are rather Vulcan-like.
This man Rivers, he wanted to marry you.
You need not be jealous. I only wanted to provoke you. I thought anger would be better than grief.
I'm not foolish, Jane. You formed a new tie.
With whom?
This man Rivers. St. John Rivers. He's young, he's handsome, he wants to marry you. He will.
He does not love me. I do not love him. You of all people should know what that means.
Jane, 4 days ago, last Monday, a singular mood came over me. One in which grief replaced frenzy. I was sitting in my room by the open window, and there broke involuntarily from my lips the words, Jane. Jane, Jane, Jane.
You spoke the words aloud.
I did. You'll think me mad. For a voice, I cannot tell whence it came, but I know whose it was, replied. It said, I'm coming. Wait for me. And then, a few moments after, there came upon the wind the words, where are you? Jane, I don't want a nurse or a friend. I want a wife.
Do you, sir?
Yes. Is it news to you?
No.
Is it unwelcome news?
That depends on circumstances, sir. On your choice.
What you shall make for me, I will abide by your decision. I leave the choice to you.
Choose then, sir. Her who loves you best.
I will at least choose her I love best. Jane, will you marry me?
Yes, sir.
A blind man who you'll have to lead about by the hand.
Yes, sir.
A crippled man, nearly 20 years older than you, who you'll have to wait on.
Yes, sir.
Truly, Jane?
Most truly, sir. I have now been married 10 years. Within 2 years, Edward recovered the sight of one eye, just before our first child was born. I now know what it is to live for and with what I love best on earth. I am my husband's life as fully as he is mine. We are bone of each other's bone and flesh of each other's flesh.